Councilmember Foreman is absent this evening. He's out of town, and Councilmember Ramswell has been hung up in traffic and probably will not arrive until late. So we are going to be operating too short tonight. If y'all will please find a seat, we're ready to start. I'd like to call to order the September 8th meeting of the Destin Regular City Council. We'll begin with the invocation from Reverend Santiago Rodriguez of the Destin United Methodist Church. If he's with us, could he please step forward? I did not see him here. Apparently he may be hung up in traffic as well. We're going to have a moment of silence. If you all bow your heads for 30 seconds. Mr. Marler, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will open our meeting tonight with the proposals for legal services for the City of Destin. Ms. Lejeune, would you like to start us?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I'm going to ask our HR Director to go ahead and introduce this item for us, please.
Good evening. A request for proposal announcement was posted for the contract position of City Attorney starting on July 16th with sealed bids due no later than 2 p.m. on August 18th. The proposal was advertised for the following organizations: Northwest Florida Daily News, Pensacola News Journal, Florida League of Cities, Florida City and County Management Association, and of course the City of Destin website. 8 firms requested the bid packet information, with 3 firms responding to the bid with proposals. Hopefully each of you had a chance to review each of those detailed proposals provided by the firms. I think each were very well prepared, very detailed. And also, I provided you references from the firms, the references that the firms provided. And so hopefully that would have helped aid in your decision tonight. I have spoke with 2 of the firms, and they are here and are ready to present. And at this time, I'd like to see if you had any questions and if you would like me to move forward with that.
No questions, please.
I would like to please ask Anchor Smith and Grimsley, that firm, to come forward. And if the other 2 firms could please excuse themselves so we can make sure that there's no discord or anything. So if you just have a seat out in the lobby, that'd be great, and I'll come get you when we're ready. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Attorney Jeff Burns. I'm here tonight on behalf of the law firm of Anchor Smith Grimsley. I would first like to thank the Destin City Council for the opportunity to be here tonight, and I would also like to thank the city staff for the seamless RFP process that we've undergone to this point. Destin is my hometown. I grew up here. I was born and raised here, and I lived my first 30 years here. So this is a bit of an honor for me to be here tonight because my dad was one of the first city attorneys, not for the city itself, but one of the first attorneys in the city. And so I grew up with the law always around me, and I've loved Destin since I was a kid. I remember fondly growing up, leaving Destin Elementary every day with hordes of other bike riders riding all over town, going to Indian Bayou, going to the Destin Bridge, going down the end of Noriega Point and just, being kids. And I've probably ridden every single street in this town hundreds of times on my bike. And during that time, I learned to appreciate everything about this city. I love this city. I don't think any other candidate you're going to meet tonight loves the city as much as I do. And in saying that, not only do I love this city more than any other candidate, no other candidate has a law firm like I have behind me here tonight, that with 53 years of municipal experience under our belt. We are the longest practicing law firm in Okaloosa County. And some of the clients we represent are the Okaloosa County School District, the town of Cinco Bayou, several fire districts, including the Ocean City Wright Fire District, the Okaloosa Island Fire District, the Florosa Fire District, and the Holly Navarre Fire District. We also represent a number of quasi-municipal utility companies out in Walton County, the South Walton Utility and Shellco, and we also represent the Okaloosa County Clerk of Court and Comptroller. Our firm likes to treat every client from a team perspective. That means the 9 other attorneys that are included in the bid package that I've provided to y'all are all going to be representing the city of Destin alongside me. I will be the lead attorney, but these other attorneys, if I ever need any help on any matter, I can walk down the hall to Don Anchors, and Don will lend me his ear, and he'll even come help me out if I need his help. That's how we appreciate or treat every client that we have. We are a team at Anchor Smith Grimsley. And as part of that, our firm is here to help the city move forward and achieve its agenda. And in doing that, we're not going to be here to tell you, no, you can't talk at an open public hearing. We're going to be here to tell you, yes, we would like you to share your opinion at city council meetings. We're not going to tell you, no, you can't show up to an LPA meeting, because quite frankly, you're elected by your constituents who are out here tonight to represent their interests. And to tell you, no, you can't openly express yourself at a meeting like this really runs contrary to what the Sunshine Law is in place for, which is to prevent you from talking about things outside of these meetings. We want to encourage you to do so, and if on the back end, if I catch you doing something or you said something you probably shouldn't have, I might grab you afterwards and say, hey, you got to go back out there after the break and maybe say something to correct that. But I'm not here to say no, and our firm's not here to say no. We're here to say yes, and we want you to do it in the best way possible. And so in closing, Anchor Smith Grimsley would love to add the city of Destin as a client, but more importantly, as a Destin native, I would be honored to be the next city of Destin attorney. And if you have any questions about our bid package, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you very much. Very good job presenting. The one question I have is that your mother is a department head here. Do you see that being any kind of a conflict or anything like that?
No, and we've thought long and hard about that, but it's not a conflict ethically, at least at this point in time, and it's not a conflict going forward because our firm, first off, if it was an issue that I personally felt conflicted on, if my mom ever did present a legal issue to the city, another attorney in my firm could handle that. But if it then became where our firm itself was ethically conflicted off of a matter, then our firm will build into our contract with the city either a list that we'll approve of ahead of time or a process to where a replacement firm can be hired for that one particular matter. And we will guarantee that that firm will charge the same rate that we are charging. So the city wouldn't have to go out and hire separate counsel that will charge a higher rate than we would. We would make sure that the city is able to retain a conflict counsel, if you will, to represent that one particular matter.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Marler?
Thank you, Mayor. Should we choose your firm, you will be the one that will be sitting up here on the dais 99.9% of the time?
99.9% of the time.
Well, except when you're sick. That's where I'm becoming important with that.
Correct, Councilman
Okay.
Marler.
All right, and when you said something about attending certain meetings, that's where I disagree, because the way I look at it is, and I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but I would definitely want to go back and look at that. Since we choose these committees to be our advisors, and if we attend those meetings, it convolutes it, because we'll hear things that might sway us one way or the other beforehand. And I just, if you do take the position I'd like you to look in depth at that, because I mean, violating the sunshine law is one thing, but if it, I guess you want to say, if it influences our decision one way or the other before we sit up here with all of us up here, then I think it's not the right thing to do. But that's the only area I disagree in. But I've looked at your resumes and all that, and I think you're a good firm, and we'll give you a good shot at it, just like everybody else.
Thank you, Councilman Marler. And if I do get picked, I will make it a priority to research that issue for you off the bat, just so we can come to a final resolution on that.
Councilmember Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Burns, can you explain just briefly why there's can you explain just simply the difference between the retainer of 6,000 as opposed to perhaps the 3,000 with Mr. Powell's firm? Why the difference, or why the discrepancy between the two? Is there a reason for the difference?
I don't know the exact details of Mr. Powell's firm's retainer. I did see on the agenda list that it was for $3,000. I can explain what our retainer represents and then maybe make an educated guess as to what his represents. Our firm is providing a $6,000 retainer quote, and that will provide you with 45 hours a month of legal services for normal legal services, and our hourly rate is $145 an hour, which is by far the lowest rate of any of the firms that provided bids. 45. If you do the math, our retainer of $6,000, if you divide 45 into that, it comes out to $133.33 an hour. And so we've actually built in a discount for the city with our monthly retainer. So if you keep it within 45 hours or right at 45 hours, you're actually getting legal services for $133.33 an hour. And that's 45 hours for any work that we do. I would have to imagine that a $3,000 retainer probably would only contemplate preparing for and attending like meetings, the city council meetings, any LPA meetings, and the routine functions that would come along with that, maybe reviewing ordinances and whatnot beforehand, which probably, in my estimation, would be between 20 and 25 hours a month of legal services. So I think that if there's a $3,000 retainer, it's probably in line with our retainer, because it's probably essentially offering a $3,000 amount a month for about half the amount of services we would be providing. That being said, if we do get selected by the city, we will, we're not married to the $6,000 amount. We would negotiate that amount. If the city's more comfortable with $3,000, we'll lower our retainer to $3,000 and adjust the expectations accordingly. We wouldn't give you 45 hours a month for that necessarily, but we would guarantee that would cover all meetings if that's what the retainer means. So I don't know exactly what $3,000 is for, but Mr. Powell's firm is he's a very competent attorney. I don't think he's going to charge $66 an hour, which is, I think, what the math would come out for if he was providing 45 hours a month for that amount.
Councilmember Dixon.
I'm sorry, I must have hit it by accident. I don't have a question.
Questions? Any? Ms. Lejeune?
Yes, sir, I would just like to ask a question. Understanding that if your firm is chosen, you are being chosen by the council. Staff has not vetted any of these proposals for RFP. They were given as is without recommendation to the council. My question is, since a lot of the work that you'll be doing is directly with staff and perhaps myself, what is your philosophy about your availability and responsiveness to staff and to myself?
Availability will be 24/7, especially in this day and age with email, but I'll still field your phone calls even on the weekend if you give me a call. So availability will be 24/7 within reason. If it's 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I might be sleeping and I might not wake up. But I'll be available on the weekends if you need to meet with me. And also I have a staff, so if I happen to be in court when you call, my staff will immediately contact me as soon as I get out of court to let me know that you had called. And so I'll make myself available to you at any time.
Councilmember Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of answered my question with Mr. Destin's question there. I thought that was in the requirements that we sent out, was that the attorney had to, I guess the retainer was to be at all council meetings, special meetings, LPA meetings. I don't want to get into a $3,000 retainer fee, and then, I mean, 'cause that's not going to cover it all. Probably cover just the council meetings, but I don't want to get into, an hourly rate for, showing up at a meeting. If you do have to consult with one of your colleagues, is that going to be charged to the city as an hourly rate as well, or how's that going to work?
No, the retainer would include any consulting with any of my colleagues, and because the firm would be billing out the retainer every month, and so you wouldn't see any increase in charges if I consult with one of my colleagues. It would be all handled internally upon that. You might see a line item on the bill just so you recognize that they've worked on something, but you're not going to be charged an additional $145 an hour if I have to consult with Mr. Peterman on a matter. If it's within their retainer amount, that's just going to be part of the retainer amount.
Right. Yeah, I understand if we have to, if it takes some time and somebody, we have to get someone else in the office to work on something as well, that's going to be charged. I just want to get a bill for $50 to run down the hall and consult with somebody on something, and I just wasn't sure how that worked, but I understand. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Councilmember Ramswell?
Thank you, Mayor. I have just one question. Why do you want this job?
Well,
If I missed that,
no, it's
please
okay.
pardon me.
You did. I don't want to repeat myself too much, but I will repeat myself a little bit for you, Councilman Ramswell. I was born and raised in Destin, and I lived the first 30 years of my life here. And my dad was one of the first attorneys here in Destin, so I grew up with the law always surrounding me, but I also grew up in a different Destin when we could ride our bikes all over town. And I've spent my entire life loving Destin, and every time I come back here and I smell that sea salt smell, sometimes, I get an emotional impact from that. And so when this position became available, our firm, we wanted to hop on it anyway, but I personally took an interest in it because I've kind of always wanted to be the City of Destin attorney. So that's my personal reason why I'd like to.
Great, thank you. Well, I've gotten several phone calls highly recommending you, and so you obviously come with great references. So
Well,
thank you for your
I hope they were
submission.
good phone calls.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes, have you studied up on Robert's Rules of Order? Not that we follow those that close, but are you familiar with it?
I am familiar with Robert's Rules of Order,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll ask the other group to come in, I believe. At this point, do you have anything that you'd like to sum up? Any comments?
Thank you again for the opportunity, and do I need to go outside now, or is that the?
I believe that's our policy, yeah, please.
Thank you.
Before you start, please introduce yourself, give us your address for the record. Yes, push the button, the red light should come on.
Okay, good. Sure, Hayward Dykes. The address for the business or our firm is 4481 Legendary Drive, Suite 200, Destin, Florida. I have with me tonight one of my law partners, Bruce Bowman, who's here as well. And we're here obviously because we're interested in the appointed position of city attorney for the city of Destin. I hope that you've all had an opportunity to look at our proposal. I believe you'll see in there that I believe we're more than qualified to, if chosen, to act as the City of Destin's city attorney. I currently represent 3 cities, the city of Fort Walton Beach, the city of Mary Esther, and the city of Valparaiso. I also represent Northwest Florida State College Board of Trustees. I've also been appointed to represent the Zoning Board of Adjustment for the, Walton County about a month or so ago. So, as I said, I believe that the experience that we could bring to the table would be felt and noticed day one. My philosophy is to attempt to obviously work with the city council. If you want to go from point A to point B, we're going to try to get you there if we can and do it legally. You know, we're not going to tell you that we can get you there and then try to do it in some way that isn't possible. I'm here to answer any questions. I know we got limited time. Is there anything else that you want to know about us? I personally have been in the area since 2006. First came up here as an associate, started working for Mr. Connerly. We at that time had the city of Mary Esther as our main municipal or local government client. Since that time in 2010, I was appointed to the city of Fort Walton Beach as their city attorney, and I've been their acting city attorney since that time. The city of Valparaiso had reached out in 2011. We applied and received the appointment there as well. And then for the Northwest Florida State College, I believe that was around the 2011-2012 timeframe as well, that we became appointed as the attorney for the Board of Trustees there. So we're well versed in sunshine law, ethics, the normal things that a city will run into, contract negotiations, leases, issues with land development. I know that's a big concern for the city of Destin. For Walton Beach, you know, they have their own police department, so I know that's not an issue for you. But like Mary Esther, we understand that you know, contract with the sheriff, and that's what Mary Esther does. So I think what also we can bring to the table is hopefully, you know, for lack of a better term, some synergy, because we're going to be looking at things from the county that I'm going to be looking at for 3 other cities. We're going to be looking at contracts, leases, there's, you know, negotiations for franchise fees for the gas board, things like that, that, you know, hopefully I can take from one city, either whether it's good or bad, and use it to maximize and help out the city of Destin. We've been able to do that with the other cities. Granted, they're a little smaller than Destin, Valparaiso and Mary Esther I'm speaking of, but I think those are things that we can help bring to this position. I think whenever you have a question that needs to be answered, I want you to feel comfortable to pick up the phone and call me. What I tell all the elected officials that we represent and that I give legal advice to is I'd rather we deal with an issue beforehand rather than you call me later and say, hey, we got a problem and we got to clean it up. That's a more expensive proposition than, hey, let's make sure we nip it in the bud early instead of playing damage control later. So again, I've talked a pretty good bit. Do you guys have any questions for us regarding our proposal, our qualifications, or anything else?
Sorry, question from Mike.
Thank you, Mayor. How did you come up with the $7,500 retainer?
With that, we were looking at several things. Currently we charge for, none of our cities do we bill a monthly rate for. We charge by the hour. When we first began with the city of Fort Walton Beach, we did go to a monthly rate. We found that it would be better for the city to go to an hourly rate, so we renegotiated our contract. I think if you look at the hourly rate that we're charging the other cities, we're charging them approximately anywhere from $170 to $180 an hour for the legal work that we provide to those cities. The hourly rate, if you break out the set monthly rate that is in the proposal of $7,500 for 45 hours, it actually comes out to about $166 per hour, I believe. And then anything over that would be $180. My thought was this, if we were appointed to the position, we would do the same thing. We're not here to try to make a mint off the city of Destin. We're not here to say, hey, look, city of Destin, we're going to try to make as much money as we can, and then we're going to, fade into the shadows. If it's a situation where we come back after a few months and hey, look, it's better if we go to an hourly rate and we want to renegotiate that rate, then we'd be willing to sit down and definitely speak and potentially do that. But we felt, based on our experience, the things that we bring to the table, the things that we felt the city of Destin would be dealing with, that was a fair rate. If you want somebody that's less experienced, possibly, that's going to charge you less, then fine. That's probably the person you want to go with. If you want somebody that has experience, has done this for many years, we think that's more than a fair rate.
Councilmember Marler?
Thank you, Mayor. Should your firm be the one we pick, who will be sitting in the hot seat down there where Mr. Shirley is right now at our meetings, and who will be our point of contact?
Your point of contact would be me. We obviously, before we put in our proposal, we looked at what conflicts we may have. Currently, the conflict that would rise up is with the city of Mary Esther. So with that in mind, with this being a new and important client for us, I would take the lead potentially in that seat, with the understanding that there may be some times, whether it be a personal reason or business, if I'm in court or whatever, that I would have somebody that's either as well qualified as I am or very close to that. So we're mindful of the fact that you want confidence in your city attorney, that you can look down at the end of the diocese, ask a question, and feel comfortable with the response that you're getting. So with that in mind, I would definitely want to take the lead, to try to foster those relationships, because I think that's part of it. You want to have confidence in your attorney, and I would hope to be that person. And then I would also want to know the things that are important to you. So to answer your question, Councilmember Marler, it would be me. I would be your point of contact. It would be me sitting there in that seat a majority of time, if not all the time.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Councilmember Ramswell?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, obviously, the fact that you've worked with 3 different councils is a benefit in terms of knowledge. However, do you also see it as a negative in terms of perhaps being overextended?
If we thought we were going to be overextended, I wouldn't have bothered putting in the proposal. We're very mindful of that. As I said, we understand, even before we did this, me and the other partner sat down and discussed how this would work, who would be the point person. Me with the most experience in this area, obviously it would fall on me. So I think, to answer your question, no, I don't see it as a disadvantage. I understand your concern, but in order to address that concern, we've looked at that. We understand the city of Destin's going to have some immediate needs. You've been without, I guess, a city attorney. No disrespect, Mr. Shirley. Sitting in the seat as far as the go-to person that you've appointed for that. So with that in mind, as I said earlier, I would hope that would be a benefit. If it was going to be a distraction, or if I didn't feel as though I could answer Mr. Marler's question and say, look, I'm going to be there a majority of the time, I'm going to be the person that you're going to feel comfortable picking up the phone and calling, then we wouldn't have even put a proposal. We would have, I'd have stayed home with the kids tonight.
You did mention that there would be possibly one conflict with Mary Esther. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, it wouldn't be one conflict. What it is currently the way the city of Destin has their monthly meetings scheduled, Mary Esther has the same schedule rotation. So with that being said, the discussion is based on if we're offered the position and we can negotiate a contract that's satisfactory to the city as well as our firm, then we would need to go back and address how often or who would handle Mary Esther potentially moving forward. So we've already decided that if it occurs, that someone else will likely have to pick up the slack or pick up the position in Mary Esther.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Ms. Lejeune?
Yes, thank you. The RFP that you responded to was compiled by city staff, but it was not vetted by city staff. We did not offer recommendation to the council. If the council decides that your firm is the one that they choose, I would like to know your philosophy regarding making yourself availability to myself and to staff.
Sure. I mean, are you talking about just if you have a particular question about an item, or is it like litigation? The way we deal with it, and this may answer your question, the way we normally deal with, and the way I handle, I guess, phone calls from a city manager. You know, I get phone calls from city council members sometimes, or I'll get questions from department heads if they've already been approved by the city manager to go ahead and contact the city attorney, or if I receive emails. Normally, if it's a question for the city council members that, hey, look, I've got an issue, can you answer it? And I can give them the answer there over the phone without doing any research. I normally don't charge for that time. If you yourself as a city manager had a question, you know, we would probably bill for that time, but we would make myself available. We do it in, the way we normally do our billing is in 0.06 increments, so a tenth of an hour, basically. But I'll say this as well. If you called and said, hey, quick question, I've got this issue, you know, is this something that we can do? And I can give you the answer. I'll probably put the time in, but I probably won't charge you, or charge the city for it, if it's something I can do quickly. If there's any type of research that I would need to do, or if I don't know the answer, then I would normally bill for that time. Yes, ma'am.
I'm assuming that billing would be after you've exceeded the 45 hours.
Well,
The
what we
second
would
month.
normally do, in order so you know that we did 45 hours, is obviously keep track of that, provide that, and then, you know, to be honest, I mean, not often, but sometimes, you know, based on the amount of work, things get put in the system wrong. So if there's an issue with the bill, we're more than happy to look at it, and if we accidentally put something on the city's bill that should have went to another city, we'll take that off, and if that gets you under the 45 hours, then great. But the idea would be to bill for the hours, so you as the city council, city staff, the city manager would know how much time we're spending on projects to make sure that we're not billing excess amounts of time for a particular project that should only take, you know, probably 20 minutes, we're billing 45 minutes for. So we'd keep a running total, provide that, and then you know, work back from there. Yes, sir.
Further discussion, further questions? Councilmember Ramswell?
I do have one more question. I noticed in our documentation that another firm by the name of Connerly, Bowman and Dykes had applied but opted to not submit a bid. How are they, I mean, obviously it's a satellite or a branch or something.
No, what that was is part of what we're looking at with the amount of work that I have and with the city's needs. We had discussed with another attorney who's looking to move to the area, maybe doing enough council thing. She brings in a lot of experience. So based on what the city decides, we're going to sit down and discuss whether or not she's someone that we may want to bring on board. She came in to get the information, I understand. We told her that we were going to apply, but if she wanted to look at applying, so what she put down, I mean, she put down, but the idea was if, based on what the needs were for the city of Destin, because I understand the city attorney would also sit on some of the other appointed boards that you may have as well. So with that being said, going back to your earlier question, to make sure that we had adequate coverage for myself or for another city so I could be here, we're looking at all the angles to make sure that the city of Destin's properly protected.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Dixon? Too
You'll
fast.
give me just 1 minute here. Mayor, I just wanted to ask the council and I got to tell you, I think we can make a selection here, but does the council members feel like that we got enough, received enough proposals for this thing? You know, I will say that I'm a little disappointed in how many responses we actually received for this thing. And I'm not blaming anybody or saying anything negative about anything, and I'm prepared to make a selection tonight if that's what the council wants to do, but I just wanted to get input from the council to see whether or not they thought we got enough input for this thing. I'm sorry, I didn't know we had another one. I thought we only had two tonight. I'm sorry.
I think we're going to have, following the three presentations.
I'm sorry. I did not, I thought we only had two here tonight.
Okay. We're going to have a discussion following the three. Okay. Sorry about that. Would you please introduce yourself and your name and your address just for our televised record?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman, Councilwoman. Dixie Dan Powell, Crestview, Florida, Fort Walton Beach, Florida. City attorney for City of Niceville present, so I applied for the job opening City of Destin. I think in my response to the RFP, I provided a lot of my qualifications and information, but been doing municipal work and litigation in municipal work for approximately 30 years. Assisted, my dad was city attorney for City of Niceville, City of Marietta, and Okaloosa Gas District. And in my early learning years of my career, I worked with him, and then I started handling all of the litigation matters for those entities. So I feel like I'm pretty qualified. The good thing about my representation of Niceville is, of course, we have a pretty smooth running city, thankfully. We don't have a whole lot of litigation now, but one of my qualifications is that as a trial lawyer and a litigation specialist, it substantially reduces the need to outsource other legal services for the city. I handle all the litigation matters. Even when we have an insurance claim, I will probably most likely be lead counsel or lead trial counsel for the insurance lawyers that Florida League of Cities or insurance carrier hires to represent the city. So I run kind of first chair in the litigation for all matters. Land use planning, any kind of land use issues, I usually handle those litigation matters. Very rarely in a hyper-technical or very highly specialized situation, I'll resource outside counsel for particular matters. But be glad to serve Destin. Born and raised here in Northwest Florida and lived here all my life. Native. Love the city. I really enjoy doing the municipal work. I have a lot of other types of practice in my career, but I enjoy the municipal work and the governmental work in the cities. And I look at it as a public service. You know, our city manager in Niceville and the mayor's been there 40 plus years. I've been involved with my dad 40-plus years, and since my practice, 30-plus years there, working with him and then taking over as city attorney in Niceville. So I enjoy the work. It's more, I consider it a public service. I believe the fees that I charge for the municipal work are very competitive and very reasonable. I charge the same amount for litigation and non-litigation matters. Most of all of the billing is included in the retainer as far as preparation of all the ordinances, regular ordinances, and attendance of all the meetings. Phone calls, I really don't like to charge for phone calls, but, that's, everybody's got a question a lot of times. One of the good things I think that is needed is to be available on weekends. Our city clerk works on Saturdays and a lot of times on Sunday mornings, and he'll call me before church to ask questions and concerns. So I think accessibility is important. My clients have my cell phone, have my home number, can access me at any time. So really pleased to have the opportunity to present before the council for the position. Any questions?
Ms. Lejeune, you want to? Okay. My light hadn't come up yet, so I'm stalling just a second. I don't know who's pushed a button. Go ahead and start us off.
I want to apologize to you, Mr. Powell. I thought there was only 2 people presenting tonight. Somebody said you weren't going to be able to be here, but anyway, I apologize about what I was speaking about earlier when you were coming up. I didn't know you were here tonight.
That's good. I did file a response to the RFP. Okay. I read it, but yes. I didn't know you were actually here tonight. Okay. I'm glad to be here. Hopefully I didn't interfere with that situation too much. So. One other thing on the support staff, I have 5 paralegals, 1 part-time paralegal that works out of Mobile, Alabama. I have 6 lawyers in my other law firm, have 2 law firms, 6 lawyers. So normally I'm always available. I rarely have ever missed a meeting that I can recall. I think I've missed 1 that I'm aware of in any type of meeting that we've had. But I do have support staff and lawyers that can fill in for me if, in case, some rare instance, I'm absent. Okay.
Councilmember Ramsell?
Thank you, Mayor. I noticed that your firm specializes in injury law, and that to me seems interesting considering hopefully we're anything but injury. Obviously, you've alluded to some other experience with cities, Niceville in particular.
Sure.
How do you see, injury is obviously your main focus, or can you elaborate a little bit on that? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, the injury practice is really a trial practice, so that gives a broad spectrum of trial experience. So I do a lot of medical cases and injury cases, but I enjoy doing the municipal work, and I do it and I work it in. Like I say, that my municipal services come priority to my other work because that's what's needed. I mean, y'all have issues that need to be done, so I make that a priority in my practice, and I enjoy doing that type of work.
Councilmember Marler?
Thank you, Mayor. Should we choose your firm, who will be the point of contact and who will be the person who sits in the hot seat where Mr. Shirley is currently sitting?
Okay, that would be probably myself, and my lead paralegal, 40 years experience, would be Tina Marchetti, and she would be the main contact for the paralegal position. Okay. And she has municipal experience as well, and so I would be the main contact. Is that, you mean the lawyer or the person for the office? Yeah, be Tina Marchetti.
You mentioned the second firm. Could you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah.
Are we hiring a firm with 1 attorney, or are both going to be involved?
No, it'd just be under my name, Dixie Dan Powell, Powell Injury Law. My other firm, I have another law firm that I own 40% shareholder interest in, Powell, and Powell, that has other lawyers that will assist me to fill in if I need to.
Any further discussion or questions? Mr. Jaworski, you want to escort all the attorneys out of the room, and I'd like to allow the council about 10 minutes for discussion.
Okay, yes, I just wanted to let you know that the firms are waiting, so when you're ready, I'll be able to bring them in because they would like to hear the ultimate decision. So I'll do that now.
We won't take a vote or final decision until your return.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to y'all.
Thank you for the presentation. Excellent. Councilmember Dixon, I don't know if you want to add to your comments. I will point out, just for your consideration, that I also was somewhat disappointed in the number. There were two particular firms that I was hoping would submit because they have a lot of experience in city. I spoke to them afterwards and understand why they did not submit to us, but I did learn in just talking to them that they had been notified, they were well aware of it. We sent letters to all the firms, and it's just speculation as whether we get better results if you decided to do it again, but I find it highly unlikely that we would.
Mayor, are we going to turn these sheets into the clerk or to Ms. Janowski and then take a short 2-minute, 3-minute break for her to tally up, or how are we going to do this?
But if I could, just very briefly, please mark your name on your sheet so that we will have a record of which sheet is which. Thank you.
Councilmember Dixon?
So I really didn't kind of get any kind of comments or anything on the fact that even though early, I know, the fact that we only got 3 responses, and I am a little bit concerned about that. I just want to see what the council has to say about it.
Councilmember Ramsell?
Thank you. Well, I actually had a separate question. I don't know if we want to hold off on that and address Tuffy's concerns first.
Okay,
Sorry.
we'll come back to you if you'd like.
There is no concerns if nobody else has any, so I'm good.
Does anyone else care to discuss what Councilmember Dixon?
I'll go, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I feel like myself personally, that staff has done a good job as far as reaching out and trying to, get as many as we could, and we only had 3. I guess they've sent out several, packets or, contacted several firms, and only 3 responded. So I guess that's pretty much going to be it. I think if we did it again, it may just be the same 3. I'm like you'd think there would be more than just three firms that would apply, but I think we get the same results if we did it again.
Please know, I'm not saying anything negative about staff, just so everybody knows that. I know they did everything they possibly could, so I'm just threw it out there, so.
Okay. On this subject, any questions?
Mayor, I think, I was hopeful that we'd get more than 3, but at a certain level, knowing sort of how many attorneys are in our local area, this with the exception of Destin, this is Northwest Florida. Most of the attorneys are in Pensacola, or they're in the big swath of attorneys is in Pensacola or over in Tallahassee. Mr. Shirley comes in from Tallahassee because he has so much legal knowledge, but unfortunately, our market's a lot smaller. It's probably best for him to stay in Tallahassee. It's just sort of the nature of the beast. I think there are several preeminent firms that specialize in municipal law around here, and I think we've gotten several of them, but I don't know if we sent it out again, would we magically get more applicants other than the ones that we have now. So that's sort of where I'm at on it as well.
Councilmember Ramsell?
Thank you, Mayor. I had hoped to kind of see a few more too, but after reviewing the firms and their packages and listening to them tonight and receiving references and such, I'm comfortable making a decision tonight. personally.
Yeah, it still goes back to my original question. Are we turning our sheets in, or are we just going to make it vocal, or how are we going to do this?
Well, are we going to have a discussion first, or are we just going to submit our rankings?
Let's go back. I'm going to start the board again, and if we wish to have a quick discussion, we'll start into it, but please, we'll start with Councilmember Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. If we hand in our sheets, I believe we would get a ranking from Ray, at which point we could just discuss. We don't have to stick with whatever the consensus is, at which I'd suggest we just hand all of our tallies to Ray for tabulation, at which point then we can have the discussion after, once we know the ranking, and then proceed from there.
This will take a formal motion and vote. The ranking is just for discussion, right? Mr. Attorney, do I take part in this?
You take part in the discussion, but not the ranking. Unless it's a tie. Pardon?
I won't know it's a tie.
Unless it's a tie,
You'll tell you.
in which case that's a vote.
You want to take a 5-minute break while we tally these and come back? Okay. We'll reconvene at 5 till. If everyone will please take their seats, we will reconvene in 30 seconds.
Dixie Dan's brother is a member of his family.
Oh, he is? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're ready to start.
Karen is asking that when they're ready to make a motion, make sure they read the recommended motion.
Okay.
Which is in the package.
Where's it hidden?
It's in the package.
It's on the first page of your packet.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. Excuse me, let's reconvene. We will start the meeting. Everyone's in place. The tally sheet shows that Anchor Smith Grimsley received the first place vote from every council member. I'd ask the council if they would like to start with a motion, or would they like to start with discussion? At your pleasure. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make that motion, Mayor. Make sure to accept Anchorage, Smith, and Grimsley.
Second.
We have a motion.
Could you make the motion as written on the agenda item, please?
Yes. Item 4 on the packet, could you read it as written on the agenda items?
I move that the city retain the services of Anchorage, Smith, and Grimsley law firm, and the city council authorize the city manager to produce a contract agreement for signature.
And
Second.
the second still stands. We have a motion, we have a second. Discussion?
When would they start, or when would we have whatever the city manager's going to do? When would that happen and start?
We can start as soon as Monday if we'd like. I'm not sure, that was not, one of the questions that we asked was when the actual firm or individual could actually start services here, but I'm sure with the contract negotiation, we can make sure that happens quickly, so Mr. Shirley can do one job instead of two.
We'll ask the winning group immediately. Any further discussion before I bring them in? Mr.
Mayor
Shirley?
Fisher, I would imagine that it will take probably a week to get the contract negotiated, and then it will be on your next agenda for approval of the contract. And the individual would then place the contract as the first item on the agenda. That individual will then assume the city attorney position where I am, and will then be in that role for as long as the contract is in place.
Would it be permissible during the time we're negotiating the contract from tonight to the time the contract is officially voted on by council to allow them access to be better prepared to take over on the first day?
I will make sure that we spend some time briefing on issues that are currently in play from the city attorney's perspective so that they are prepared for that meeting.
Would it also be proper for individual council members to contact the firm and discuss their concerns and what they would like to see during that period of time, or should it wait till later?
That should wait until after the contract is in place. If you wouldn't mind.
Anyone else with questions? If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. It's a unanimous yes vote. I believe we're ready to bring the wedding party in, or all the parties in. Mr. Burns, why don't you come on up to the podium? Are the others coming in, or are they?
Our crowd got a little smaller while they were
Okay,
waiting,
good.
so.
Congratulations, you've got a job.
Well, thank you very
We
much.
need to negotiate a contract. Excellent presentation, and I guess fair to say it was a unanimous vote. You can see it on the board behind you.
Well, I thank each and every one of you for the positive vote, so thank you. I guess I'll sit tight tonight then, I guess, and just,
You're welcome to stay. We've been advised that we probably shouldn't approach you till a contract is made, but
and I agree,
Mr.
I
Shirley
don't
is
think
going
there's two cooks in the kitchen tonight either, so that would be,
Right, we need to get the contract in place before you formally assume the role. Assuming that negotiation goes as planned, then the contract will be the first item on the agenda at the next meeting. You will then take this seat. I will go back to my usual place.
well, thanks for keeping it warm.
Under the protection of staff over there.
unless Mr. Shirley has a problem with it, though, I think it'd be advantageous to the city that anything you have the time or interest to become familiar with during this process. I'm sure we welcome your interest.
I think Mr. Burns should stay for the rest of the meeting, although after he stays for that meeting, he may withdraw his proposal.
I'll stick around, so, thank you again.
We'll move to item 2, approval of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes as written?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Any discussion? Any corrections, changes? I call for the vote. Unanimous yes vote. Okay, we're going to move into the public hearing section. Item number 3 is ordinance 1622 CN, which is the adopting fiscal year 2017 millage rate. Mr. Shirley, would you read by title?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Ordinance number 16-22-CN, by title, is an ordinance of the City of Destin of Okaloosa County, Florida, adopting the final levying of ad valorem taxes for the City of Destin for fiscal year 2017 and providing for an effective date. The ordinance is before you on first reading.
Ms. Lejeune, explanation?
Yes, sir. For the budget workshop, staff had brought forward a balanced budget to council at a 1.5 millage rate. During that discussion, there were other items that the council wanted to consider to fund in this coming fiscal year, and therefore set a tentative rate of 1.7 mils. At this point, we are willing to and happy to facilitate the council in discussion of those other projects and items that they wanted to consider to increase the millage. And Mr. Bragg Farmer, our Director of Finance, is going to facilitate that discussion for you.
One thing that I want to clarify before we get started on the millage rate discussion, the change from the 1.5 mil to the 1.7 mil in the budget that you currently have, we did add to the budget approximately $90,000 to cover the payroll benefits and whatnot of a officer, a Marine Patrol officer of some sort. We also included increased our budget about $35,000 for some security systems around the city as a whole. Those are the only items that were added after the budget workshop to the 1.5 mills. The budget is currently placed with a 1.7 mills, which leaves an additional $671,000 with which we've got to resolve tonight. The cost for a marine patrol, something else that has been discussed by the council, has not been placed into the budget yet, nor has the cost of potential additional sheriff's duties during spring break, which we had for the first time this past year, and our portion of that was around $60,000, and so that has not been put into the budget either. So we'll need to try to resolve those items as we go through this process.
And that also includes none of the prioritized stormwater projects that was presented by our Public Services Director. Those are not included either. So again, the Harbor Code Enforcement Manager has been included, along with security cameras, security system for city facilities such as this annex and City Hall have been included. And could you please repeat that amount for a 1-point millage, what the remaining balance would be?
Of the 1.7 mil, the amount that is currently unallocated is $671,532.
Okay. So that's what the council has to work with at this point to decide whether or not they want to include a sheriff's office marine unit to police the harbor waterways, the stormwater improvement priority list provided by Mr. David Campbell, and any other considerations that had been brought to my attention since the budget workshop, which are included in the packet that I passed out to everyone before the meeting. The first one being a marine unit boat. There was some interest in, rather than the marine officer having a wave runner, which was included in the $74,000 price tag, that they wanted to explore the officer being in a marine unit boat, which the city would be responsible for purchasing the boat, retrofitting for the sheriff's office equipment, and also the operation and maintenance ongoing for that boat. What you have before you is only the price of the boat. It's an estimate. Going through the state contract, we could probably do better, but right now it stands at approximately $49,000. The next item, which was requested, is also the remaining infrastructure projects that were not included in Mr. Campbell's stormwater priority list, which includes all the rest of the stormwater maintenance projects we currently have in the queue that are not funded. Facility maintenance projects going out through years 2018 through 2028. Infrastructure road striping projects and infrastructure road resurfacing projects. And then the final item in front of you are unfunded projects for recreation sports complexes. So having that information, we can answer any questions that you might have to facilitate your discussion.
Looking at this, these new amounts that we've given, I'm guessing of the 621,000 additional funds that would come from the millage increase, this listing would take well over $1.2 million to actually fund the amount of items that we have before us. Has the city done, has staff done any prioritizing of attempting to get this into the 621,000 we would have available? What would be the highest priority items?
Yes, sir, that's already been done for you. The infrastructure projects that were provided by Mr. David Campbell, those would be the priority projects that staff would recommend going forward.
Okay, that would exclude the stormwater maintenance, however, right? And the sports facility maintenance and the road striping and the paving?
Mr. Campbell, could you address that, please?
The immediate priorities would be the stormwater improvement priorities and the sidewalk repair and replacement.
But that would take, how much would that remove from the budget? How much of the budget would that take?
And I didn't total the stormwater improvement priorities, it's somewhere around.
515,000.
Total.
From this particular sheet is
Right.
$515,000.
And that includes the sidewalk and repair and replacement.
I'll quit asking questions. Obviously, that's up to the council to prioritize these, but that's, the point I was trying to make is we've got needs for a whole lot more money than we have in the pot. So the council has some difficult decisions ahead of them. I'm going to open it up for public discussion first, and then we'll come back to council if that's permissible with the council. Public discussion? Please hold your comments to about 5 minutes, and also if anyone is covered the same ground before you and you agree with it, please just state that rather than repeating it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jim Bagby, 4709 Sea Star Vista, and y'all have made my point. You've just made the budget item before you, the agenda item before you is the millage increase, not the budget item, and you've just spent 5.5 minutes discussing budget items. And if you look at those budget items, there's no backup to them, okay? There's no cost estimates. It's just a educated guess on the part of the staff doing the job that you gave them, which was figure out how we're going to spend all this extra money. And I'm really frustrated and disappointed. For those in the audience watching on TV or whatever, streaming, I just want to go through the normal budget process, okay, for the last 15 plus years. You know, the new fiscal year starts, the committees are meeting, the committees say, hey, we got a complaint, we want to do a sidewalk over here, well, it's not in the budget, well, can we put it on the unfunded requirements list for next year's budget, or can we see if we save some money on another project that we can shift to this project? And so the committees are one path that funding requests come up to the council. At the same time, the council, in usually the spring, has a strategic planning meeting. They sit with the staff, they invite all the stakeholders in the community in, and they say, what are our priorities for the coming year and the out years? And what do we want to do? Well, we want to work on stormwater, or we want to focus on sidewalks, or we want to focus on street striping, or whatever we do. And the council does that, and then the staff takes that guidance, and oh, by the way, the staff is continuously getting input from the committees and saying, well, we need to add this to the list because this is the public, having sat on the Public Works, Public Safety Committee, a lot of those projects came from there. Having sat on the Tree Board / Environmental Committee, some of those projects came from there. And so this all starts rolling together, and the staff brings it together, and they say, okay, here's what it is. And the city says, well, if we just keep the millage the same, how much do we have to spend? And it's here. Well, no, we'll raise the millage a little bit. We did that, well, actually, I think we did that the last year I was on the council, but the first year we cut the millage, okay, because your job is to prioritize and give the guidance to the staff, okay, and say, this is what we want to do. Now, we haven't followed that methodology, or we wouldn't be here talking about how can we spend this additional $671,000 worth of revenue. Okay? The staff, and I don't want to talk about the budget. I'm going to wait till the budget agenda item to talk about all these budget items. I want to talk about the millage. And I want, if you don't remember anything else in my 5 minutes tonight, the first 5 minutes, I want you to remember this. This is the single largest millage increase, the single largest ad valorem tax increase in the history of the city since the city got incorporated. 0.2 mils. That's right, you're getting ready to impose upon the citizens of this city the single largest millage increase since what, 1984? And you don't have a plan to spend it. That's what's so frustrating. You're sitting up here at the 11th hour. How can we spend this money? You don't have a plan. And we'll talk about stormwater and we'll talk about roads and sidewalks on the next agenda item. But, you know, and I could understand if we'd had a storm and the community center got wiped out and we had to use our reserves to replace the community center or something like that, and we had to bump up the millage to replenish the reserves. You're sitting currently on $10 million worth of reserves. Think about that now. Your annual budget is 12. 12 million, you got 10 million in reserves. Normal, and you can ask staff because there are varying opinions, but it's usually 3 or 4 months of, in this area in particular, because we have storms, of operating capital that you want in the reserves. Okay, 3 or 4 months, you know, 4 months would be what, $6 million? Okay, no, that would be 6 months, okay, of 12 million. So you want $4 million. You're sitting on 10 million in reserves. So it's not like you're going to use 2 million of those reserves to buy the concrete plant. I'm not complaining about that. But you're imposing the single largest ad valorem tax increase in the history of this city. For what? For what? You know, and I've heard some
Please,
of the
please wrap it
arguments.
up, please.
Okay. I don't think we're at 5 yet, are we? That's awful quick plug. Okay, the only, you know, some of the arguments are it's only a small increase. It doesn't matter. It's an increase, you know, $47.88 if you have a taxable value on your house of $150,000, okay? The thinking of, well, it's just a little bit, again, the single largest increase, that's how you get to a $19 trillion debt. Not the correct increase, and I love this, you know, it's only a 13.3% increase. No, because you get, before you even raised the millage, you had $383,000 extra dollars to spend over last year. Okay, based on the property tax, the property value increases in the city. And then you want to impose another 800+ thousand. And I saw one on the internet today, you know, oh, it's only an 8 point something percent increase. Okay, I'm willing to give that person a class in numerators and denominators because they obviously need it.
Okay, you've made your point. Your time is up. Please,
Thank you,
please
Mr.
close.
Mayor.
Any further public discussion? Anyone else?
Thank you, Mayor. Darrell Shelton, 18 Noriega Road. You don't have to turn that timer on me because I won't be near that long. I think there's one thing that needs to be pointed out that nobody's discussing. Yes, we did have an increase of 5.26%, I think, in the property values, the taxable property values. But you got to keep in mind, I called Pete Smith's office today, our property appraiser. $39 million of that increase was new buildings, and new buildings put additional stress on our infrastructure. That's the only point I wanted to make.
Thank you. Any further discussion from the audience?
I don't think I'll need the timer either, but anyway.
Please give us your name and address for
Sandy
the record.
Trammell, 3823 Indian Trail. And I know where you're coming from. I just think it's the wrong time of the month. I'll put it that way. What you're discussing tonight, what you brought up tonight, should have already been done, so you're prepped for next year. It's much easier to pass a millage rate when you're telling the city what in the world you're going to spend it on, not when you're up here trying to throw things at it, trying to fill the gap. I agree with Mr. Bagby. I looked it up too. I know we need a lot of things. How many of these roadwork projects are currently on the TPO list? Have we brought them up? You know, that's money. Have we even explored that avenue to get them on there? There are other ways of funding the things that we want. And we have elected you, just like I was elected at one time, to go find those ways to keep this down. When we talk ad valorem taxes, we primarily talk residences. Your businesses have gone up even higher. I own both. And I can tell you, it's going to hurt me. 20% plus, and businesses even higher. You've heard the complaints all over Facebook. The restaurants didn't do so hot this year compared to rental units or some other businesses in this town. So be business friendly. Don't do this to the people that have come in. Find other ways to do it. And I'm telling you, no, I don't think the millage increase is needed at this point. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Anyone else? Kind of wave your hand just so I don't miss you. We'll move to discussion from the council. Council members. Councilmember Ramswell.
I hadn't hit my button yet, but I'll go ahead. You're just guessing correctly, I suppose. Okay, so I made this motion, and I still strongly support it. And here's why. I also want to address the comments that were brought up tonight and that I've been made aware of that are on Facebook or somewhere. We have critical needs with stormwater. We can't address them all. Our grant writer, Ms. Chabot, does a phenomenal job of applying for grants and trying to get us whatever she can. She has been successful, but there's no way on earth she can be successful enough to address these critical needs that are continuing to mount and worsen every single day. Just last week, I got another photo of a home off Main Street flooded in the last storm that we had. And these are repetitive incidents that it's our responsibility to fix. They're infrastructure issues. We have areas that have no swales. We have areas that the outfalls are blocked, so we're not getting proper drainage. We have areas where the stormwater system has collapsed because they're old, they're made from metal, they're corroded and collapsed, they're full. Nothing is working the way it's supposed to be because it hasn't been addressed. No one wants to raise taxes. I don't want to raise taxes. But you know what? I'll pay an extra $20 a year to address these stormwater problems that we have and fix buckled sidewalks that are causing injuries to people. I actually gave our personal proposed tax plan to our clerk. I am happy to show it because I'd like to go through. I think one of the misperceptions that's out there, and I saw this, someone forwarded a note to me, and it was talking about how we're actually not raising taxes 13%, we're raising them 21%. So a millage is essentially, if you have a millage of 1.0, that's $1 for every $1,000 of assessed property you have based on your value. So at 1.5, we're looking at $1.50 for every $1,000 of value in your assessed land. Going from 1.5 to 1.7 is 13.33%. Yes, that's a 13% interest, a 13% change. But in the example that Mr. Bagby brought up, that's $48. He's paying more. My personal example, this is ours. I don't mind. This is public record. Anyone can go online and see. You can see right there, it's got 2015, it's got 2016, and if proposed. Ours literally, it's 285.87 to 315.01. So yeah, a little bit more than 20, what is that, 35 bucks? I mean, really, a night out? That's not even a night out for most of us. Are you not willing to do that? To repair some of these things and improve our city? Because what happens is you get a neighborhood that has problems like this and flooding, people start to move out because they don't want to live there. So then this bad section grows and becomes blighted because it's spreading. I mean, I don't know about you, but my heart breaks. I live in Indian Bayou. I have people right down the road from me whose home has fully flooded 3 times in 2 years. Now, fortunately, part of the grant that we got is able to address some of that. But because past councils were unwilling to increase the millage, we're now not only faced with just maintenance needs, we're faced with critical, dire needs that we have to address. And to say that we don't have a plan or a backup, our engineer presented a whole list of projects before I even made the proposed 1.7. Then, of course, they have to look at the budget, and this is what it is balanced, and we have to decide what goes on into it. We have always said we wanted to address stormwater issues, but we don't have the money. It is our responsibility as a city to provide for the citizens. Who else is going to do it? I mean, nobody's going to give us $1 million and say, yeah, please go fix this for me. I mean, we have to address it somehow. And unless somebody else can come up with a better way, I mean, this is only a mere fraction of what we need to do. But it's a good chip in the bucket to a lot of the more serious problems we face. And that, to me, it all boils down, I've said this at least twice already, I am more than willing to spend $45 for an entire year. That's $45 to help contribute to making this city a beautiful, safe city and to properly maintain it as we're supposed to and we're elected to do. So that's my rationale. And, you know, the 5.26 that the values went up on our homes, that's nothing to do with Destin. We don't set those valuations. That is completely separate from us, and we have no we don't contribute, we all contribute to it because we pay taxes. But we didn't come up with that number. The county did. The property appraiser did. So that is not us. What we have done and what we propose to do is raise from 1.5 to 1.7 to address these needs. And I hope my fellow council, I mean, y'all live here, y'all see what's going on, y'all see the budget. We're not just saying, oh, wow, let's do this, let's do that. These are needs that I know have been discussed since I was elected in March of 2014. And I know the former council members were aware there were problems too. So when and where, it's got to be now, because if it's $1 million right now, it's going to be $2 million next year, because it's not getting better, it's getting worse every single day. So that's my point. Thank you.
Councilmember Morgan.
I didn't hit my button, but okay. Yeah, you know, Okaloosa County is the 6th lowest in the state with their millage rate. The city of Destin is in the bottom 5% of cities in their millage rate. If we increase this to 1.7%, the city of Destin will remain in the bottom 5% of millage rates. You know, you know, if I have $1 to my name and the clothes on my back and that's it, and I find a quarter in the parking lot, well, I'll increase my net worth 25%. But I still only have $1.25. So when people are screaming bloody murder about this, about raising taxes 20%, 13%, well, you're raising it on a $300 tax note. Well, if your house is appraised at $250,000, you'll have a $40 increase. That is $3.33 a month. The majority of homeowners in here are let's say you have a $400,000 house, which is $400,000 tax bill, or $400,000 appraised value. You're going to pay an extra $70. That's $5.83 a month. I don't think it's worth the outrage for the projects we've outlined. Could we have done this with better planning? Sure. I think all of these projects were nixed from the original budget when you just said, that's a pipe dream, that's a pipe dream, that's not going to happen. And then when we discussed, okay, let's put a minimal impact, economic impact on our ad valorem taxes, what can we do with it? And I think these projects are worthy of the money. I represent probably 15 properties in the city. We have an extremely high tax burden, but we're happy to make a minimal sacrifice because I want this to be a better city to live in. And you do that through infrastructure. You do that through services that we sit up here and we talk all night about every other Monday for 5 hours, 6 hours sometimes. And we identify these problems. And now we've provided a viable solution to this, which unfortunately we don't get bed tax revenue for infrastructure. You want to be outraged, look at the Okaloosa County TDC. There's a lot more pork barrel spending in that organization than there is in this city because we have such a lean budget with such pressing infrastructure needs because of how we balloon in the summer. So this is a minimal impact. I'm happy to pay, I want to live in a better city. I do have a leg to stand on. I know there's others in here that do. We're all taxpayers. And when you're talking about $5 a month for worthy stormwater projects, sidewalk repairs, harbor master, a marine vessel unit from the sheriff's office in the harbor in the summer to make it a safer place for our residents and our tourists. The harbor's gotten away from us. I talk about that every meeting. We've identified some solutions, and we've now budgeted the money for it. So I support this. I think it's a minimal impact. I don't think the financial impact is worth the outrage that we're receiving. I understand the planning could have been done better. I am in the private sector. I am a job creator. I'm a businessman. I'm not familiar with government. I'm learning quickly. This will be well noted for next year. But I do think all these projects are worthy. Personally, I would like to see the projects at the Morgan Sports Center funded. And I think the Daily News article a few months ago, I think it was $9 million of economic impact that brought in our community in a city where we have a lot of problems and a lot has gone wrong over the past few decades. The Morgan Sports Center is a shining example of something the city is doing wonderfully, and you can see that through the tournaments we have every summer, all summer. All of my friends, we all know people that play softball, kickball there, their kids play sports there. And it's one of those things in my business. I'll probably spend $40,000, $50,000 in my building this year to repair the ceiling, to replace ACs, to replace kitchen equipment, doors, windows, walls, roof work. And if I neglect that, over the course of 2 or 3 years, those issues compound themselves, and then it becomes unsustainable to fix in the first place. So we have to stay on top of these things. I support it. And in terms of the reserve funds, I think we've made some pretty irresponsible financial decisions over the past decade. Hopefully, I don't anticipate those going on. At least I won't be supporting them. But I think this is a solution to the problems we talk about every other meeting.
Can we have a motion?
I'll make it if there's no further discussion. Let me get to it. Backing up. I move that the council adopt ordinance 16-22-CN on first reading, adopting a fiscal year 2017 millage rate of 1.700 mils, which is more than the rollback rate of 1.547 mils.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion.
Mayor, unless Mr. Dixon, you want to go first? Let's go.
Thank you. I see both sides of this argument. I do see the fact that there is some critical needs that are out there that need to be addressed. And I also see the conservative side of everything that don't want to raise taxes a nickel. I would propose that we would, not go to the full 1.7, but maybe something in the middle of that, and I could support something like that. But it is basically an increase of over 5% in the taxable value. That is to us about $300,000 in increase, and it is basically, if we increased it a tenth of a mil, that would be another $300,000, $400,000, and I think that would be enough. We could work within those parameters. So I would like to just do a little bit every year and try to make it better, but I don't think I can support the full 1.7 mils. Thank you.
Mr. Destin?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand. I'm in a similar situation as Mr. Morgan. I represent directly or indirectly a significant amount of taxable value within the city of Destin. 0.2 mils, puts some skin in the game. It does. As it stands right now, I echo Mr. Morgan's sentiments in the regard that I'm playing a bit of catch up on the budget process. Could this have been done in a different way and brought forward in a different way? Yeah, and I think that as it stands right now, the full 1.7 is a lot, in my opinion, and I'm tending to lean over to where Mr. Dixon is. I understand the urgency. These, if anything, I'd like to go item by item and tell Mr. Farmer, of the stormwater improvement list, where would we have to set the millage rate to get at least a portion of these finished? And if it is 1.6, I could get behind that. Because I completely agree with Councilmember Ramswell and also Mr. Morgan with regards to kicking the can on these issues. You just can't do it anymore. We just can't. I've taken a ride around after some of the good storm events. I've listened to our engineers. We've got big problems with infrastructure, and infrastructure isn't sexy. It just works, and we forget about it. And if you don't really get in there and look at it, you just take it for granted that it just works. At the national level, we've got the same issue. So 1.7, I'm gonna struggle to get behind right at this very moment. But if we've got something more specific that is tailored to the stormwater improvement list, that's something I could get behind.
Councilmember Marler.
Thank you, Mayor. The line I use is one I've heard many times. We want what we want when we want it. People come to you and they say, we want this, we want that, but then when it comes time to pay the piper, they don't want it because, it's coming out, that's too much money. Ms. Ramswell and Mr. Morgan are very passionate about what they're looking for, and I agree with the passion. We have a lot of things that we need to get done in Destin that people want us to do, but when it comes time to say, hey, we're going to have to add, you're going to have to pay another $40-something a year. Oh, no, not now. No, we don't want to do that. There's got to be another way. The biggest problem I see is that the way we do things is, and I guess I agree with Ms. Trammell, we should have started this ideas about what we want to do last year for this year, and then maybe, the 1.7 could be more pleasing to the majority of the public. And I think that's whatever we decide tonight. I have to say that Ms. Trammell is right, that we need to go forward right after this, right as we start the beginning of the new fiscal year, and figure out what we want for next year. So if we go, if whichever way this goes, we want to increase the millage rate or decrease the millage rate, we need to find out what we can afford to do. Reserves, as Mr. Bagby put, The amount of reserves, I mean, if we have a catastrophic event, we're going to spend every one of those reserves. I mean, that hurricane could have came here, not going somewhere else, or any hurricane that comes here. So we have to keep a certain amount in reserves, in my opinion, to do that. And I don't like taking reserves to fund certain things, and which we'll get to funding in a minute. People have complained, and our infrastructure is falling apart because, and with regards to the TDD or TDC, whatever we're going to call them today, I mean, they keep bringing more people in, but they don't want to put any money toward the infrastructure of what we're going to do, sheriff's department, fire department, and all that. And that's another issue, but our infrastructure is getting to the point where it's falling apart because we don't have the money to do what we really need to do. Whether or not this budget increase is going to do it, I don't know, but I'm kind of really still on the fence right now. We'll see where it goes when the time's for the vote. Thank you.
Excuse me, Councilmember Ramswell? Mr. Webb, we got a ghost in here tonight. That's the fourth time that... Sorry. Any further discussion? Councilmember Ramswell?
If we were to, looking at the numbers from what you presented, is it 89,000 that was the remainder that we were going to discuss placement?
No, that number has changed. Mr. Farmer had given the new breakdown of, after certain things are put in the budget, what the remaining amount was at 1.7. However, that said, it has been mentioned that perhaps if the council wishes to just identify, a few of the priority items that were brought forward at the request of council, then Mr. Farmer is prepared to tell council what millage rate would be necessary in order to achieve those priority items.
In looking at the chart that was prepared, if we were to drop it back down to 1.675, that would bring it to a 699,000 revenue, which would cover almost everything that we had discussed. Is that correct?
Well, it would bring in 700,000, so you would have to total all the projects. I'm not sure if that would cover everything.
Well, except it looks like it might have like a $20,000 something overlap.
When you say everything, are you...
That had been brought forward that is on this sheet as identified as a major need.
Well, you've got infrastructure needs, and then you got the needs that the sheriff is asking for the Marine Patrol, as well as spring break, potential spring break coverage, the harbor master, the inclusion of a boat for the Marine, for the sheriff. And so you would need to account for those items first before we start talking about the infrastructure items. Unless you don't want to cover those items, then we can go straight to the infrastructure items.
Well, I think it's definitely important to cover that because that's one of the issues that we continue to hear about is the problems on the harbor. And I mean, obviously that's something we've discussed as being, based on our discussions, it's something that came out as being very important. If I was to make a motion to drop it to 1.675 so that we can please address some of these critical needs, would that require another first reading or would it just...
The budget is a unique document when it comes to an ordinance within the state of Florida. You can pass 1.675 tonight, and in 2 weeks you can drop that back to 1.5 without going back to a first reading. The budget and the millage rate is the only ordinance, I believe, in the state in the state of Florida that allows for a change on the second reading without going back to a first reading. So you can do whatever you want tonight, and you can make a change on that in 2 weeks if you choose.
I'd be interested in hearing whether council would be more in favor of 1.675, and that way we could address these critical needs that we've talked about and already identified, and yet it wouldn't be the full 1.7. That way we could try to get everyone on board.
Would it be your recommendation to adopt the 1.7, then go to the next item, prioritize our wish list, and then go back to the millage rate and reduce it?
You would only be able to go back to the millage rate at the second reading on the 20th.
Second reading. It does seem backwards. We
Well,
ought to set the budget before the millage rate. It does seem backwards, but I understand the law.
Right. Yeah, the law requires the millage rate to be adopted prior to the budget to be adopted.
But we could adopt a 1.7 as the motion currently stands, then go back in and revise our budget, and then at the next meeting, reduce the millage rate to match the budget.
Correct.
If that would be a workable solution for council, we could go ahead and take the vote. Mr. Marler?
That brings up the question, if Ms. Ramswell and her suggestion, if she rescinds her motion and she goes and she makes a substitute motion for the 6.7, should we reopen, and I guess this is for Mr. Shirley, do we reopen the public hearing because now we've changed the millage rate from what we already advertised earlier?
That's why I was recommending leaving the millage rate at 1.7, voting at 1.7, doing the budget, and then coming back and adjusting the millage rate to what we need, to what we decide we absolutely have to have.
All right. Is the mayor correct in that, Mr. Shirley, with what he's asking?
I couldn't hear what the mayor, I'm afraid I couldn't hear what the mayor.
I'm sorry. I was suggesting that we go ahead and vote on the 1.7, then go to the budget, finalize the budget, and then match the budget to the millage rate at the next meeting on the second reading. Is that, my understanding is permissible? I know we cannot go up, but we can reduce the millage on the second reading.
You can reduce it, and either of those two approaches will work. We can either undertake a revised motion, or the understanding can be that the millage rate will be reduced to match the budgeted items at the next meeting. So either of those two methods will work.
One thing I want to forewarn you on, we have a notice requirement when there's a formal ad that has to be placed in the paper, and I believe our cutoff to get that to the paper is Monday afternoon. So whatever your plans are today will be advertised as of Monday afternoon. Ray will send that to the newspaper, and I have to prepare that, so I will only have the next couple of days to get that resolved. So,
My understanding is we'd do both tonight. We'd have to do both tonight.
That's correct.
Well, in light of the fact that we can change it at the next meeting if need be, or budget discussions lead to that conclusion, then I will leave the motion for the 1.7 in place.
Mr. Marler? If there's no further discussion, I will call for the vote. Yes, we'll be setting the millage rate for 1.7 with the proviso that it can be and will be revised at the next regular meeting. Excuse me, the vote is 4 yes, 3 no. So the millage rate will be set at 1.7, subject to change in 2 weeks, or at the next regularly called meeting. And now we'll move to item number 4, first reading of ordinance 1623 CN, which is our budget. Mr. Shirley, would you read by title?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Ordinance number 16-23-CN by title is an ordinance of the City of Destin making appropriations for certain expenditures, expenses, capital improvements, and certain indebtedness of the City of Destin, Florida for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2016, and ending September 30th, 2017, and providing for an effective date. The ordinance is before you on first reading.
Thank you. Ms. Lejeune, explanation?
Yes, sir. Just to reiterate, with the new 1.7 millage rate that was set tentatively at the budget workshop, staff is ready to assist the facilitation of the council for prioritizing additions to the budget. The budget was budgeted at 1.5. It's up to the council at this point to instruct staff as to what additional projects they wish added to the budget.
I'll now open this to public discussion. Again, please repeat your name and address for the public.
Jim Bagby, 4709 Sea Star Vista. So here's the problem, just so the public knows. There is no backup, okay? This is a guess. This is the first, these two sheets right here, the council are seeing these two sheets for the first time tonight, okay? And the mayor. And they're guesses. There's no detailed backup because the council failed to do its job. Staff couldn't do their job. So you didn't set the priorities early enough. So for the last 6 weeks, the staff has been trying to pull together. But you know this $75,000 number on this sheet? It could be $150,000. Nobody knows. We haven't done any cost estimation. We've used, a very knowledgeable, a very good engineer and staff member to give us an educated guess. And you don't have a clue what you need to spend on any of this. But we do know that we're spending $1 million this year on the Heritage Run stormwater improvement. We do know that we're spending $3.6 million in the coming year on the federal grant for stormwater improvement. Okay? And if you want to spend some more on stormwater improvement, you can take that out of the reserves. You don't have to increase the millage. But the thing is you want to move some of these things forward from 2028. You can't move some of them forward because the windows aren't leaking, so you don't need to replace the windows. They're estimated to be leaking 6 years from now. So you're trying to make decisions with incomplete information. And when you do that, you make bad decisions. And you're going to make some bad funding decisions tonight because you haven't given staff the opportunity to do the work that they should be doing. And they're more than willing and more than capable of doing that, but you didn't give them the priority. And so now we find ourselves jumping through our rear end, trying to pull together some numbers, some guesstimates to how are we going to spend all this money. It's a sad day in the city when you don't let the staff do their job because you didn't do your job. These other things, these stormwater things, do you even know, is there even priority? Have you been to every one of these sites to see for yourself, or have you staffed it through the Public Works, Public Safety Committee to see, well, how are we going to prioritize that? Because here you are, again, at the 11th hour, trying to set a priority, a spending priority for the coming fiscal year, and you don't have a clue. I guarantee you, not every one of you, probably none of you, have been to every one of these sites and done a personal inspection. Okay? And so, but you're going to spend money. You're going to set a priority list. How are you going to set that priority list? You're just going to say, and this, the stormwater improvements, remember last meeting, $305,000. That's critical need. We got to have a critical need for $305,000. Well, now it's more than $305,000, but it's just another guess. Last time it was a guess, this time it's a guess. Next time it might be $200,000, next time it might be $500,000 because you're not doing the process you should be doing. You're not, and you're letting us down and you're letting the staff down. And I think that's one of the things that really upsets me the most is probably for the last 6 weeks, we have jerked this staff around sending them in search of spending projects, okay, so that we can meet this magical 1.7 mil rate. Do we have needs? Yes, we do. But we ought to clearly be able to identify them and identify the cost of them. And you have not done that. And you have not given the staff sufficient time to do that. The harbor master, 2 weeks ago or whenever it was at the budget hearing, the city manager told you, can't have a harbor master. You can have one, you can pay one, and they can sit down there and watch our one public slip, but unless you do a mooring field, we don't even think we own the harbor. We don't know, but at least the last time, I thought the city manager did an excellent job. You've got a great staff, but you've got to empower them, and you've got to give them clear guidance early enough so they can give you the information. And you have not done that. So you're going to spend a bunch of money tonight, and you don't know what you're going to spend it on. You don't know what the priority is. It's on the staff's best guess of what it might cost, but a detailed sheet, backup sheet, what's the actual cost? If you were going to build an addition to your restaurant, I guarantee you would have all that information from 3 bidders before you awarded that and started signing checks. You don't have any of that. None of it. And that's not the way to run a railroad. You should be disappointed too.
I don't wish to get in for a tick for tat, but I don't know government that well. I know business. I've never seen anyone capable of putting together exact prices on any item and have it reflected in the budget until it's finished, finalized, engineered, and bid out. It's impossible. We know exactly what we need. We have good city engineers that have estimated the value of it. Yes, I do. Ms. Lejeune, do you feel that the council has somehow or another forced staff into a position that they're having to present this unprepared and without the proper background or knowledge?
That's a difficult.
I'm sorry, I may be putting you on the spot. You do not have to answer that. I do take issue with most of what you said, but we can debate that later. I don't have any other members of the audience who'd like to speak. I'll try to keep my mouth shut. No one else. We'll go to council. Discussion by council. Ms. Rangel?
Thank you, Mayor. I take offense to what you're saying because I think it's not just this council, it's also former councils. We should have started this process of addressing needs a decade ago, if not longer. And that's true with multiple issues. The traffic. Really, that should have been done 30 years ago. But these are things we have to address. You don't wait till things fail to replace them. You do preventative maintenance. You make improvements as necessary. You don't wait until they become a critical need to do something. And that's what has been done. And, to start saying that, we're failing and the staff is failing and everybody's failing each other, I think it's a failure of councils past and present to do what we were elected to do, which is to maintain this city in the way it should be maintained. When we have homes regularly flooding and we can't do a darn thing to fix anything to help these people, something's wrong. We have to be able to provide for the needs of this city. And right now, we can't. We have to find a way to do so, and this is it. Thank the good Lord we live in a town with such a low millage rate that we're having these discussions over $30, $40, $50. And in some cases, certainly more, and in some cases, certainly less, depending on the value of your property. But to start throwing blame everywhere, I don't think is fair, and I don't think it's very respectful. And I know I personally have been speaking with Mr. Campbell for almost 2 years about stormwater projects. He has been well aware of our needs. We've talked about it in our visioning session. We've listed in at least our last vision sessioning and the one before that I've been a part of, stormwater problems and harbor master. These are things we have talked about over and over again about needing, but where's the money? That's what it all boils down to. And so, that's all I'm really going to say on that. But I do know that you do have some very clear line items in terms of items that you need to do, just like you presented to us before with other tasks that you've sought us to seek approval or give approval for to send out an RFP. So this is not just something we went, ooh, what can we pay for now? That's not how it is at all. And in fact, in that meeting, for those of you that might have been here before we even set a tentative millage rate, he presented a long list of projects that has been compiled and in place for years. This is nothing new. That's all I'm going to say at this point.
Further discussion? I'm not sure how the council would wish to proceed on this. Do we want to go through each of these segments and prioritize what we want, or simply?
City Manager, do you have a recommendation on how you think we should approach the...
Well, from the workshop, it was made very clear to staff that the council was interested in knowing what our city engineers' priority for stormwater improvements were. Those particular projects that we were not able to fit in the budget under 1.5. Mr. Campbell did an excellent job of bringing forward those projects that needed to be done that we were not able to afford. That was in the visioning. Also in the visioning was a harbor master. After much exhaustive research by staff and myself, we've determined that a harbor master is not the right fit for Destin Harbor. However, a harbor code enforcement manager, we believe, would resolve a lot of the issues that council has brought to our attention. Above and beyond that, it is at the council's discretion. I know that there was the interest on having the spring break additional law enforcement. It seemed to work very well this particular season. If council wanted to see that implemented again, that is not budgeted. And also to make sure council understands that the actual enforcement of the waterways is not within the City of Destin's jurisdictional authority. We did invite the FWC folks here tonight in case any council member had a specific question about jurisdictional authority in the waterways. But if we do want those patrolled, then it is necessary that we have a sheriff's office marine unit. Those were the items that staff was tasked with, coming back with some solid recommendations from the workshop. The additional information was compiled after the workshop based upon one-on-one meetings that I had with individual council members. So for staff to set a priority, I believe that we have successfully done that and provided the information to council, and it's now up to council to decide what items they want to see in the final budget.
Mr. Marler?
Thank you, Mayor. In reference to one area that Ms. Lejeune was talking about the harbor code enforcement manager and the problem with the jurisdiction of the waterways, I'd like to defer that part to my time to speak later. But as far as for the budget part of it, My look in this priorities is stormwater. I see three priorities: stormwater projects, a code enforcement for the harbor, and the spring break law enforcement. So that's my three items that I would see as a priority for this coming year budget, in my personal opinion.
Just for discussion purposes, Mr. June, could you take those three items that Mr. Marler stated and give us a dollar price to perform those?
Bragg, would you add those up for us and let us know what millage rate we would need for those three items?
Either that or the total dollars that would cost and how much we'd have left.
The Harbor Code Enforcement Manager, the spring break enforcement, and also the list, the original list of priority items by Mr. Campbell.
The total stormwater?
Yeah.
515,000?
My stormwater maintenance is 420 on my list. Is there a different one? Councilmember Destin, would you like to speak while they're adding the numbers up, or would you like to wait till you have those numbers? Okay.
That totals about $560,000 out of the $800,000 budget.
Okay.
Yes. It's about $560,000.
Is the Marine unit separate from the harbor master?
Yes, sir, it is. The Marine unit, as was given the proposal by the Sheriff's Office, came to 74, I apologize, I've lost the sheet. Here it is. $74,412 for a Marine unit law enforcement in the harbor waterways. That would be using a wave runner provided by the Sheriff's Office.
So is the difference from the 515 and the 420, the 515 was infrastructure needs, and that included the sidewalk? Okay. So then the sidewalk difference is obviously 515 to 420, which is 95.
I'm sorry, could you restate your question, ma'am?
Sure. The original figure I had that showed, I guess, stormwater and infrastructure needs was 515. And then on this sheet, I see pure stormwater is 420. Is the difference the inclusion of the sidewalk repair from the buckled areas?
The stormwater priority were the top five.
Okay.
The one with the 5 items,
Mm-hmm.
that came to 410, and then the sidewalk repair and replacement was 105.
Okay, great.
Just to let you know, with the Harbor Code Enforcement Officer, Spring Break Sheriff, and the 410 in the stormwater projects, you would need a 1.65 mil to cover those.
Let me let Mr. Destin speak first, and I'll come back to you.
I'm going to yield to Mr. Dixon.
Okay. Mr. Dixon?
If we have no jurisdictional authority in our harbor, why would we pay extra for patrol of a sheriff's department deputy in the harbor? So, I mean, what's the purpose of that if we really have no jurisdiction there? And I got to tell you, I'm very disappointed to hear that we're basically saying and giving up and saying we have no jurisdiction there, because, to be honest with you, I think we probably do, or should, so.
Captain Peacoat, would you mind explaining, please, what would be the responsibilities of the Marine unit patrolling the harbor?
They would basically enforce any county, city ordinance or state statute in the waterway. And I'm confused over the statement that the city doesn't have jurisdiction over the waterway. The city has jurisdiction over the land on both sides of that waterway, which tells me the city would have jurisdiction over the harbor and Joe's Bayou. Maybe the city attorney could address that?
The Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office would have law enforcement jurisdiction in that area. The limitation occurs when the city would be endeavoring to apply other codes with regard to the operation of vessels, which is preempted in large part to state law. In terms of the enforcement of the state, for instance, criminal code and things like that, the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Department in a patrol boat would have jurisdiction.
Is this not why the FWC officers are here? To clarify questions on jurisdiction? If y'all could maybe speak to the jurisdiction of the harbor?
Please come forward. Please come forward to the mic, please.
And while they're coming forward, I had addressed this to the city manager because last year, I believe it was, we passed an ordinance prohibiting helicopters and seaplanes and various things into the harbor and in our waterways. And then at our last meeting, somebody said we didn't have the jurisdiction. So the question arises, did we have the jurisdiction to impose the restrictions on those the helicopter that was using a barge landing pad and seaplanes in that area? That's one of the main reasons that I asked the question, and because it comes back to, did we do something we couldn't legally do? But and so that was one of my questions. And then, like I said, these gentlemen can tell you what we can and can't do, I guess, on the water.
Please state your name and title, please.
Yeah, I'm Keith Clark. I'm a lieutenant with Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. And I guess the question's been addressed as far as the jurisdiction of the harbor itself. Under statute, it gives under 32760 and 32740 of the statute, empowers municipalities or counties to have ordinances, let's just say the mooring field as an example, that you could apply to the harbor. But as it exists right now, as far as the state waters itself, the only jurisdiction that you can apply for is through that statute that enables you to establish a, quote, a mooring field, let's say.
So without that currently, we do not have status in the harbor.
Yeah, you can't restrict vessels that come in or leave or exit or anchor. You can't do any of that.
Okay, that brought up my question. Does that include, we had a helicopter service on a barge that was landing on a barge in the harbor, and we've also had seaplanes that we put an ordinance for the harbor and for Joe's Bayou and Indian Bayou, and that we passed that last year. So that's where my question is do we actually have the jurisdiction to restrict that, or did we pass something we can't enforce?
I'm sorry, sir, but the law is that the that the city's limitations on its jurisdiction only come into play where vessels are concerned within the definition of Florida statutes. And the seaplanes are not vessels within that definition. And the seaplane landing pad was not a vessel within the meaning of that jurisdiction and was a non-water dependent use under the city's comprehensive plan and therefore was not allowed in any of the water areas of the city. And there was case law right on point allowing us to do the seaplane regulation. So I'm sorry to jump in there, but I just wanted the speaker to know that.
Yeah, I'm well aware of the issue of the Timberlake and laying of the bars near the Mahler Bridge. And ultimately, their DOT, they have to permit, what they consider a landing helicopter facility, and they would not permit that. And that ceased his landing on that barge. But, yeah, I'm sorry, that's been a long investigation that the sheriff's office and myself have been involved in referencing that Timberlake.
Okay, and since we have vessels, and Mr. Dixon has been very passionate about trying to get rid of the derelict vessels, we did have jurisdiction on removing the derelict vessels, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to defer that to Officer Moner, and that's a great question with derelict vessels, and I would like for him to address the council member, if y'all have a few minutes, and the process it takes in the investigating and the removal of it as well.
Good evening. I'm Officer Jared Molnar with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. As we know, derelict vessels have been an issue in the past with the city of Destin. And unfortunately, an ugly boat is not a derelict boat. The state of Florida only has jurisdiction over derelict vessels, which it has to meet the state statute, which the state statute would be the vessel either has to meet the definition of substantially dismantled, junked, or wrecked. And it's at the investigating officers to determine one of those aspects. And the second element is to be on public waters. The Destin Harbor would be considered public waters. Once we determine that it's a derelict boat, then we have to do an extensive investigation to contact the owner. Then we move into the administrative part of Florida Statute 705, which is lost or abandoned property. And it is a long process. A certified letter has to be sent. We have to wait a certain amount of days until the boat can be removed. With all that said, these derelict vessel investigations can last anywhere from 3 months at a minimum to years, depending on the status of the boat. And until we can determine that, the boat will not go anywhere.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I would like to add, if y'all decide to hire a sheriff's office to conduct, patrols in the harbor, they are empowered as well to investigate derelict vessels.
Well, my question to justify, to get back to the actual budget thing, is to justify us being able to hire someone to enforce codes along the harbor, where we're not renaming it, we're not naming them the harbor master, but we're renaming it harbor code enforcement. So that wraps it back up into the budget, whether or not we want to do that or not.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mayor, may I ask a couple questions? Okay. And these are things that were brought to my attention that needed to be addressed. And it was my understanding that a harbor person, whether it code enforcement or master for the city of Destin, if you could help me understand, if someone that I would put in that position could have anything to do with enforcing people who are moored, their boats are moored in the waterway without having a mooring field. Is that something that we could enforce as the city of Destin?
No.
Okay. For people who are speeding through no wake zones, is that something we could address?
Yes, any law enforcement, if you would hire or have a SO, they could address the violation of the idle speed zone in the harbor.
But a code enforcement or a harbor master, no, they could not?
They could not.
Okay, and people who are maybe, I don't know if it's a criminal activity, but if someone is driving a boat intoxicated or under the influence, is that something that we could do as the city? Could we enforce that?
No, just a sworn law enforcement officer is empowered to investigate those criminals.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Mayor, if I
Mr.
may-
Morgan, I apologize,
That's
you've been
fine.
on first for some time.
Sure. I think that the Marine Patrol Unit was a two-pronged approach to our harbor problems. We saw it escalate this summer. With the ballooning of the amount of vessels that are in our harbor, the majority who are novice boaters, not only do we have our problems along the harbor walk and along the harbor in general with code enforcement, but in the water, it's becoming a safety issue. And I would like to be proactive about it instead of waiting for some catastrophe to happen, which it will. And I hate to sound grim, but when you mix that many novice boaters with alcohol, which is being fueled by Crab Island, you're going to have problems with the narrow entrance to our harbor. So it is a two-pronged approach on land and on water. I think, being stewards of public safety up here, I think this is an appropriate step to take. So that's why I would like, was that in the budget, the numbers you just crunched?
The harbor code?
No, the Marine Patrol
No,
unit
that's
from the
not.
Sheriff's Office.
That's not in
That's why I'd like to see it. I don't want to be reactive like we are very often in this city. Let's overdevelop and deal with traffic problems later. Let's have weak codes, let people take advantage of them, and let's address them after we have embedded problems. And this will be my last piece on the budget. Our sports complexes are one of the great successes we have in Destin. And I think the projects that we were provided are worthy of our funding. I would like to see those in the budget. It's one of those things, if you neglect it, we'll fall behind other communities that are competitive with us in getting these sports-based tourism. So that's my piece.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes, I think I heard correctly, I hope I heard correctly. If we legally establish a mooring field in our harbor, we can legally require people that are going to come into our harbor and spend the night, instead of beaching their boats and putting anchor ropes 300 feet out across where people are going to trip on them and stuff like that. We can require them, if they're going to spend the night, to go to the mooring field, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Another question I got, while I got you here, really got nothing to do with budget. We have a problem with these barges that are basically, they don't have a motor on them. They don't have lights on them at night. What they do is they drag them in from Crab Island over to our harbor. When we already got a congestion problem, we compound it with these houseboat problems. If we establish a mooring field, we can require those people to go there too, or maybe, if they're not legal, to get them out of the water, whatever it may be, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Marner?
Okay, first off, does any other council members have anything for these nice law enforcement officers so they can go, and I'll let them talk first, and then I'll wrap it back into the budget.
Councilmember Ramswell does, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. When you brought up 327.60 in the statutes, I just wanted to take a look and make sure I understood it as well. And I know it says, however, local governmental authorities are prohibited from regulating the anchorage of non-live aboard vessels engaged in the exercise of rights of navigation. Can you explain that portion of the statute?
The statute also refers to 32740. Do you see that also in that statute itself?
Yes, at the top.
Yeah, through that mechanism, you can establish a mooring field which would control, what number of days a boat can moor up. You can actually charge a fee for people to moor up to the mooring buoys. Vessels can't come in and anchor. One of the biggest hurdles you have to have is getting, DEP, getting that submerged land lease, and that is the first step you must get first before you go to the boat and waterway. Also can provide a informational sheet for city manager and with contact information from our boating waterway division with DEP as a reference for further discussion if the council members wish.
Is there any further questions of these gentlemen? Thank you all very much for your time. Appreciate it. If you're not in a hurry, stick around. If we may have something come up.
We need all the law enforcement we can get.
We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We'll come back at 20 till. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats.
Shall I be up first, Mayor?
I think we're wearing them out. Ready? Yeah, you can hit me on the back of the head as you go by. I've asked our finance division over here to list the items that city staff felt most important. Now, this is whittling down this long list of drainage projects to the top 5. It's also including the items that council discussed and wanted adopted in our vision process months and months ago. And I've asked him to total that and read those items off. What I'm trying to do is maybe shorten this meeting a little bit. If we can just agree that most or what he reads off is exactly what council wants, then we can drop the discussion on those and only go to those that you feel needs further discussion or you do not agree with. Would you read through those and give us a specific description with each line item, will you please?
Okay, the first item is the harbor officer, code enforcement officer, and that dollar value is $90,000. That includes all benefits and health insurance and whatnot. Our spring break sheriff, $42,000, and that's for extra spring break coverage down on the beaches. Stormwater of $410,000, which is made up of 5 projects. One of them is an engineering analysis for flooding problems on 2nd Street for $35,000. The replacement of corrugated metal pipe on Chickasaw Way, Indian Bayou for $75,000. Line the hydrodynamic separator on Gulf Shore Drive, $125,000. Replace drainage system at the tunnel on Scenic Highway 98, $25,000. Upgrade storm system at Main Street and Indian Trail to include addressing the chronic standing water at Morris Street for $150,000. We also included $105,000 to address all the broken sidewalks throughout the city at multiple locations. And the final number is the Marine Patrol, which we included the $75,000 for the Marine officer, approximately $50,000 for the boat, as well as $20,000 to operate the boat for the full year. If we included all those items in our current budget, then that would spend the full 1.7 mils. So we would need a 1.7 mil rate to pay for.
That does not include anything for the athletic fields?
No, it does not.
Nor the striping, nor the additional paving of the roads?
No.
So at 1.7, those, I don't want to get ahead of the council, but looking through the list, those seem to be what council was most interested in and believing, and city staff feels was absolutely necessary to be done at some point. I know some of it's been pushed off for years, but we've got to kick that can as far as we can. And so basically, what I'd ask council to do as they continue is you're going to have to delete some of these items he just read off. And I'm sorry we can't print them. I wish I could get them in front of you in a written form. But we're going to have to delete some of those items that we just went through to add anything additional that you may want added to the budget and stay within 1.7 mils. And that's obviously not the preference of council to spend the full 1.7, but our real dilemma is we have many critical items that You need to have dollars spent on them, and 1.7 mils isn't going to get there. But we can reduce any of these numbers. So that, again, that we're only taking the 5 most critical drainage items, not that long list. So it's your pleasure. Mr. Marler, you want to take first?
Thank you, Mayor. I had a little quick conversation with the city manager during the break. We could eliminate for this time, in my personal opinion, the harbor master officer, whatever we're talking about, whatever title we give him, due to the fact of what we've been told our jurisdiction is and is not on the harbor. I've been told that we can, with some of the things that we're already putting in motion, it's quite possible the code enforcement will probably be able to work within what we're asking to do on the harbor businesses and things like that without having to have a special person. So I would say I could eliminate that myself personally if the council agrees with that, and that'll save us $90,000. I don't know if that changes the millage rate, but I think we can work within the parameters of our code, our current code enforcement, with the motion, the things that we have in motion already. So that's my opinion on that one.
Are you saying to do away with the sheriff's department?
No, not the sheriff's department, just the harbor, the harbor master idea, or whatever we're calling the code enforcement part, since he or she would have no jurisdiction on the water. We would take that into consideration, working with the sheriff's department, and have our sheriff's department work with that for that part, and just eliminate the code enforcement officer.
Councilmember Destin?
I think I'm in favor, as Mr. Marler is, of the elimination of the of the harbor master position, but I don't want to eliminate the added. I know that they need more code enforcement help. I know that there is. I don't want to eliminate the entire harbor master, because I know that it was not simply the jurisdiction upon the water that we really needed. We needed a lot of help with jurisdiction upon the harbor front. Also, if we're going to explore removing the harbor master position in whatever form, I think that also eliminates the Marine Patrol Unit question. So I believe that could probably be eliminated. Brad, could you tell me what the Marine Patrol Unit was again? How much estimated?
The 144 for the total cost, including the boat and the officer and some maintenance costs.
But the sheriff's office is able to provide a Marine unit officer on a wave runner, which would be a cost of $74,412.
Okay. And then,
In your numbers that you just compiled for us, did you use the 74 or the 140 for the Marine Patrol?
Excuse me?
In the numbers you just read off that brought us to 1.7 mils, did you use for the sheriff, did you use the $70,000 number or the $140,000 number?
I used the boat, not the wave runner, so it was
The 140,000.
144,
Okay.
yeah.
if we're going to eliminate those positions, I feel compelled to not drop any from the infrastructure. I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, too, I'm having a real time swallowing that. What was it, $90,000 for the harbor master? I guess that would be for the boat and the harbor master, but I'm really choking on that hard.
Well, one thing about a new position is we budgeted the salary based on what that position would pay in the marketplace, but we also budget family coverage for health insurance, and that doesn't mean it'll come true. Maybe we'll hire somebody who's single or who has got kids and is not married, but we budget the highest amount, and then next year, when we actually have that person in the position, we'd have a more accurate cost, but we don't want to budget short, otherwise, we'd be in the hole.
I got you. I'd just really like to get a little more accurate number on that, myself. I just think it's I don't know, got a hard time with that one. Everything else, I think I'm okay with right now. That's all I have, Mayor.
Councilmember Morgan?
So what you just gave us was balanced at 1.7? Okay.
I think it's actually a touch over. It'll take a little trimming, but
Yeah,
it's
it's a-
very close
but
to 1.7.
I can balance it at the 1.7.
Were we discussing eliminating both code enforcement on the harbor and the marine officer? Just one, and leave the marine?
I think
That's what Mr. Destin has proposed,
Okay,
yes.
sure. I think because we don't have a municipal marina, the term harbor master doesn't necessarily apply to the traditional job. It is more of a code enforcement designated to that particular area. The codes we have in place have no teeth. We're working on those. So with better codes and stronger ordinances, I think a regular code enforcement officer could do their job better down there. But on the same token, I would really like to see some reinvestment in the Morgan Sports Center and our sports facilities. If any money is saved by eliminating any of these positions, I do think it's worthy. I think it's something that's been incredibly successful, and we need to continue to reinvest in it to make sure it stays successful. So,
By removing those two positions and leaving all the other ones in place, we would need about 1.65 mil to cover that.
Bragg, when you said eliminating the two positions,
Marine Patrol and the code officer.
I thought I understood that the Marine Patrol would stay per Mr. Marlar's suggestion.
It's at the $75,000 rate.
Yes.
Does staff feel that we're going to be able to properly enforce the codes on the dry land around the harbor and Joe's Bayou is, I believe we voted on something to put that in without having that position. But
Based on previous conversations that I've had with Mr. Baslick, our code enforcement supervisor, he's worked on the harbor for many, many years, and the greatest frustration for code enforcement was not having the teeth in the codes. And he felt confident, he expressed to me that he felt confident that given the right tools in the toolbox, meaning codes that actually had punitive action attached to it, he feels that code enforcement could adequately then take care of some of the issues that have been plaguing us down there. So that's to be seen, but that's what was portrayed to me by staff. So I take staff at their word.
Councilmember Braden?
Thank you. I would much rather strike this $105,000 for sidewalk repair and replacement and put that money towards that harbor code enforcement / boardwalk enforcement person.
Ms. Lejeune, would you like to add anything?
No, sir.
For-
We're here at the will of the council.
Councilmember Marlar?
What I think the suggestion that I would prefer to make is, I agree with Mr. Braden. We have a 5-year sidewalk plan. I know it's not going to get all the sidewalks done, but we have a 5-year sidewalk plan, and they fix as many as we can. I think we could eliminate some or not all the sidewalks. I'd still like to keep the marine aspect to it with the boat, but I'm thinking if we work with some of the local marine salespeople, and I don't know where this quote came from, without looking again, we might be able to get a little bit of a better price. Maybe they'll help donate, whatever you want to call it, as a goodwill gesture, because, if the way I see it is that the more boats they sell on the harbor, because they did that, then that's better for us. But I think we could probably whittle down that price on the boat, possibly, maybe if we looked at some of the local people who have a vested interest in this area for the harbor. But I'd still like to keep that, the harbor law enforcement in there and eliminate sidewalks, I think, or figure something else, because I'd like to see us get down to the 1.65 somehow without killing everything that we're trying to get. I think that might help the taxpayers that are listening here, and also council can eat that better than the 1.7.
Sorry to interject, but when you mentioned help the taxpayers, on a 250,000 appraised value, you're talking about 88 cents a month, so.
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember Destin?
Mr. Campbell, of the top 5 priorities, I want to understand how dire, I mean, they made it to the top 5. Is there any wiggle room on any of those items? Because I really don't like the 11th hour nature of this. I sympathize with the points that Mr. Bagby said. So is there anything of the 5 that we could probably have wiggle room to place so we could send it through the priority procedure with our committees to send to the next year's?
Number 5. Right now, currently in the budget, we have money for an engineer to design the improvements for this area. So we are making progress on that. And once that engineering analysis is done, I'll have a much better number.
Which item is number 5 and what is the price?
Upgrade storm system at Main Street and Indian Trail. That includes the area near the airport. Who sent you the pictures this week?
That's the guy that sent the picture of his house flooded. Do we have that? I sent it and asked that we could show it.
I don't have that. We are making progress on that. We will be, if it stays in the budget, we will be designing that system this year.
And if we're not going to have it built, if we're not going to have it designed and built for another year, I'm not interested really in running down and asking the taxpayers for the money for it before we absolutely know what the price is. So I'm probably going to go with, I'd like to drop number 5 from the list. And I don't really feel like replacing it with any other item, just drop the millage rate for the proposed.
Any strong disagreement with that? Shall we go ahead and have him plug it into the numbers?
Sorry, but I do. I mean, he is one of the ones that really reached out to us, and I believe it was sent to all of council at the dire need. But if the need is being, well, no, the need's not being addressed in another way, or it wouldn't be here.
We have in the budget for the engineering design for that area, and but not the repair itself.
And I'm not suggesting that it falls off the list. I mean, it would be probably number 1 on the following, and if we're going to go through this budget process again next year, he would be on the list, but if we're not even through the design phase yet, we're not going to be able to give him relief in a year, even if we passed it now. So I'm apt to wait.
Is there some measure in place, like I know when we identified, or you identified the problem in Indian Bayou, that we sent the guys with the pumps out in preparation? Is there something like that available to assist him while if we were to follow Mr. Destin's suggestion?
We actually sent the pumps there 3 years ago or 2 years ago. We didn't have our big pump. So yes, there is some help that we can achieve. Typically, we'd bring our larger pump either to Heritage Run or to Indian Bayou. They'll be freed up based on the 2 projects that we're doing now. So we can offer assistance if we should have another rain event that we had that time.
Councilmember Dixon?
Yes, a couple things. One is that on the property that we're talking about on Main Street, it seemed to me that there were some problems that were identified on the airport property, which is county property, that they did something to hopefully help alleviate some of that. That picture that we got was from 2014, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the county did do something to help that, I hope.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, it was my understanding that the county was trying to address it on their property, which I think kind of caused some of the problems on that piece of property. But if you would, please check that.
I'll do that.
The second thing is that I was the one who pushed very hard for this harbor master position. It's looking like with everything that we've got going on here now that I'm certainly willing to concede on it, and the fact that we've been told we don't have the authority that I thought we could have or should have and possibly will get. But I do think that we need an extra, because every time we come up with something here, we need another code enforcement officer. But this code enforcement officer for the harbor, I feel is very necessary. I'm not saying it has to be a harbor master position, but I do think that we need somebody to concentrate on the harbor and on the boardwalk. But I'm certainly willing to concede it if it will help with this millage rate issue. And I think we're going to have to whittle off the stormwater projects to get to where I'd be comfortable. So that's just me.
Councilmember Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the number one engineering analysis for flooding problem on 2nd Street, what kind of flooding problem we have over there? Are people's homes getting flooded?
They are. We have 2 homes that are getting flooded.
A second.
In that
And
area.
how about number 2, replacing corrugated pipe on Chickasaw?
We're actually having road failure right now, and it needs to be addressed immediately.
On that Chickasaw Way, anybody?
Right.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Campbell, I was just reviewing the email on that Main Street property that was sent September 6th. And they say that there is water that was still standing as recently as this year, like it just stands every time we get a rain, and it's building, and it is, I mean.
On which property?
Is it the Main Street house that sent the photos recently?
There's 2 properties. I wasn't aware that the water was standing on that particular property, but I'm not surprised. The worst areas are several properties on Mars. That right now it rarely dries up.
I just hate that we're in a position where we're talking about picking and choosing between this homeowner and that homeowner, and this person's house flooding and that person's house flooding. I mean, the last storm we had, I went out there and I was in the floodwaters pulling people's animals and possessions out. I mean, to see this firsthand, we've all seen it, we live here. I mean, it's heartbreaking, and to think the next storm that comes, it could be even worse because everything's deteriorating. So it's so hard for me, and I understand everyone's points, and I do want to concede something and try to get us to a consensus, but I can't pick one over another because I think all of these are important. I can't say one's more important than the other when your home is flooding. So.
Council members, you want to try to form a motion? We could read through, could you read through, as you understand where we're at on those numbers? I know we've eliminated a couple of things. Have you been able to keep up with us?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Read through those and tell us where we're at. If we would accept the general conversation anyway.
Okay, we currently, we have the Marine Patrol was eliminated. The harbor code was eliminated. Spring Break Sheriff is still there, 42.5. Stormwater was reduced by the 150 to 260,000. We still have the sidewalk repairs for 105, and the Marine Patrol on the Wave Runner was added. And that brings us to a millage rate of 1.63.
Councilmember Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, but I have one stupid question. Why are we collecting $150,000 for number 5 this year when it can't even be started till next year?
We removed that.
That's removed.
That was removed.
Told you it was a stupid question.
We can try for a motion. If,
And I'll be more than happy to craft a motion, but I know Mr. Braden had said earlier, substituting the 105 for the sidewalk for the code enforcement officer. Is that still something you would wanted to do? Because I feel it's important to help our code enforcement division with extra personnel and to fund that in the future. And I don't like having to be in the position that we're all in, which of course that's what we're here to do, which is to pick which one is really truly more important than the other. Because I know we paid a decent amount for a girl who hurt her leg on one of our broken sidewalks this past year. But I think to be able to get I think we need, I think I echo your sentiment to shift the budget item from the sidewalk over to the code enforcement officer, which we had just struck under what Mr. Farmer just said. So I would drop the sidewalk. I'd suggest dropping the sidewalk and substituting it for the code enforcement officer.
anyone strongly disagree?
I agree. I
do.
mean, I think
I strongly disagree. I mean, the sidewalks, that's when you talk about city government, you talk about roads and sidewalks and, what is it, 20 cents a month to fix our sidewalks? Shut up. I'm willing to pay that. That's it. And one more issue, with the Marine unit on a wave runner, will it not be difficult to arrest a drunk boater on a wave runner? Not to be sarcastic.
No, but that's an excellent question that I've discussed with Captain Peacoat. And what I have learned is that they try, whether they're on a wave runner or in a boat, they try to get the people to the shore so that they don't have an empty vessel in the water. So whether it's a wave runner or a boat, they try to escort those people to the shore to arrest where they're met with a vehicle.
One recommendation I might make when trying to debate the sidewalks or the code officer at the harbor, early in the next fiscal year, I believe the staff has been directed to kind of review the fines and code policies that we currently have in place. And if we were to look at modifying those fees, we probably could fund, at least for part of the year, this code officer if we find that need is really there. And we could actually bring that back to you once those policies are modified. And if the need is still there, then we could hire that individual at that point and fund it based on those additional fees and whatnot that we would be incorporating into that position. And then you could also, and it's a lot easier to hire somebody in 6 months and fund it with those type of fees as opposed to trying to pick and choose your sidewalks. If 105 will take care of your sidewalks, that may be a more beneficial thing now. And then down the road, once we can come back to you with additional measures to pay for that code officer, we can do both of those at the same time.
Yeah, I would prefer to live in a city that repairs its sidewalks at a really minimal expense to the taxpayers.
So we ask to plug that suggestion in and see how it looks. Anybody?
Well, the thing that I have a problem with is we're replacing sidewalks that are cracked, that has a crack in it. It's not uneven. It doesn't have a toe kick in it, or toe kick, or whatever. It's cracked. I mean, I've went out there and walked them. I looked. I watched them tear them up. They're cracked. That's not a hazard. This piece of sidewalk there was pieces of it, a section taken out, and a woman fell in it. I'm talking about sidewalks that are cracked. I mean, it's ridiculous to go out there and tear up. They just did it on beach. They just go out there and tearing up sections of sidewalks that are cracked. Not pieces missing, not caving in. They're cracked. And we're going to spend $105,000 to go fix them when we need somebody down in the harbor. It's not a hazard. I mean, some of them look like they were just dirty, and they're tearing them up and repouring them. So I mean, I'm on the same page. I think we need to take care of our sidewalks if they need taken care of. But I mean, they were tearing them up in front of my house. I mean, you couldn't. It was a hairline crack, and I got a hard problem with that.
Mr.
No.
Campbell, would that describe most of these sidewalks, or a portion of them, or?
Our Deputy Public Services Director does his analysis every year, and based on his findings that each one of these areas have a raise in the sidewalk of more than a half an inch, and a half an inch is a tripping hazard. So that's what this addresses.
So basically, these sidewalks would have at least a half an inch rise in them.
That's right. Okay. And we do repair cracked sidewalks that have been crushed by vehicles that illegally park or ride on them. Typically, that's how those cracks occur. And we do our best to keep the work trucks off, but it's almost a losing battle. But if we find out who's parking on our sidewalks, we typically contact the company to get their assistance.
Ms. Lejeune, I apologize. I should go through with you for those questions, but it's getting late.
That's fine. We can kind of put protocol a little to get these questions answered quickly.
Mayor, I think I'll just, Mr. Farmer's approach seemed, amenable to me, which is we'll approach the code enforcement needs moving forward, and then, the sidewalk issue, if they are in fact half an inch. We got sued last year, and it cost, a good chunk of what we were allocating to fix it. If we can prevent people from getting hurt and also paying money, I'll stick with the 105 for the sidewalk and then leave the code enforcement officer alone until such time as we do our reanalysis.
Okay, I'm struggling with how to find if we do have a consensus on each one of these items without taking a formal vote. Maybe I should be taking formal votes, but I'm just trying to determine, do we have a consensus to move forward with each one of those? Anyone object?
Not to those, but I had a question about another item.
Okay. I'll come back to you in just a moment. Let me jump back to Mr. Morgan. You're good. Ms. Ramsell.
How much was the Main Street item that we discussed pulling?
150.
Can you tell us what mills we're at with what we've discussed here, and then what it would be with adding that in?
We're at 1.63 right now. We would go to 1.667.
I'm sorry, what project is that you're referring to?
The flooding on Main Street.
Any enthusiasm to add that? Give me some help here, folks.
I have enthusiasm to add it, but I don't know if anyone else does.
I'm interested in just leaving it off because as we said, we're not going to be on any faster track to getting these individuals relief, which we are trying. We're in the process of designing. But to ask for the money before we know exactly how much it is that we're going to need, I'm just not ready for that. So I'm sticking with 1.63 for now, which means that 5 gets dropped off.
How about a motion?
Sure, I'll move.
When we do need the money, how long is it going to take to get it for that project?
Well, you can include it in next
year's budget.
fiscal year's budget.
So it'll be another year.
But I mean, we're on no faster track to doing it because we're in the design phase still. All right, this is going to be a really ugly motion, but I'm going to go with it. I move, okay. Mr. Shirley, I'm going to have to lean on you here because the recommended motion I have is that we're adopting ordinance 1623CN on first reading. But of course, 1623CN is balanced at 1.7. What I'm suggesting is the projects that we've discussed so far, and that would put us at 1.63. How would you suggest I craft the motion? Do I need to itemize the list of projects that we're asking Mr. Farmer to cleave off, or?
I think that what we're really talking about is taking the budget in 1623CN and adding projects, because this budget is at 1 point. It doesn't have it only has the projects in it at a 1.5 mil budget. So two things that are going to have to be done. But I believe let me see. It's going to need to say 1.7 mils for now until we conform both ordinances at the next meeting.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
And then we're going to need Mr. Farmer's list of items that are being added to the tabulation here that is attached to it. That brings us to 1.65 mils. And then if that's not enough, we may need to change the second reading date from September 20th to a different date, if I understood the city manager correctly just a little bit ago.
That was a question that was posed to me, if we could legally change the second reading date and council meeting from the 20th to the 26th. So I didn't know the legality of whether or not we were able to do that.
Mayor, I asked for that. I have been planned to be out of town for that week, and I'd asked for a meeting change of date, so that's the reason it's being discussed.
When is the county holding its second budget hearing, do we know?
They're holding it on the Monday, the 19th.
The 19th, so the 20th is meant to avoid that. And as far as we know, they don't have anything scheduled for the 26th?
The only thing that could conflict with it would be a budget hearing, and they're not having a budget hearing on the 26th.
As far as we know.
But I'm not sure about the dates for the hearings, and the advertising is very strict with that trim filing, and I'm not sure if we can go that long without having the second hearing.
I think that I would recommend that we stay with our current calendar. I've got immense respect for Mr. Dixon, but I think that that'd be better to stay with the current calendar.
Okay.
So that would be,
Yeah.
I'm going to give it one more shot. Does anybody have, anybody want to jump on the bandwagon and do the Main Street project? I just thought I'd bring it out there before we go forward with anything, because I know some people haven't spoken, but.
I sympathize with you, Ms. Ramswell, but I think we need to get with the county too, because I think if that issue turns out to be something that has been caused by the airport, then I think that's where we need to go first, and then we could come back and look at it. That's the way I see it.
You want to try to craft the motion? And you might have staff read in.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with the recommended motion, which is, I move that the council adopt ordinance Is it on? I think it is. I was just not close enough to it, I'm sorry. I move that the council adopt ordinance 16-23-CN on first reading to provide for a balanced budget for fiscal year 2017 and schedule the second reading on September 20th, 2016. And
And encompass the changes as identified by council, and I will read those into the minutes.
okay, and I incorporate the changes recommended by council as read into the record by our finance director.
The changes are an addition of spring break sheriff services for $42,500, stormwater maintenance repairs for $260,000, $105,000 for sidewalk repairs, and $75,000 for a marine patrol using the smaller jet ski.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. We have 5 yeses, 1 no. The mayor has lost his agenda, so trying to get reorganized here. I got a copy. Okay, first reading of ordinance 1614 LC, which amends the City of Destin's Land Development Code to allow the use of motor vehicle dealers. Was this withdrawn?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, Mr. Dixon, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I was called by Mr. McGill, who represents the company that wants to open a boat dealership on Main Street, and he has asked that this be put off until October the 3rd. I think it's October the 3rd. Make sure that's our first meeting in October. Is that correct? Okay. One of the things that, and I guess we need to take a vote on that, but one of the things that I've been told since the request came in for this, that they are actually selling boats on this property, and you know, I guess I need to get that verified through staff, but I just don't think that if they're coming to us asking us to sell boats on the property or property adjacent to or whatever it may be, and if it's not zoned to sell boats at this time, I don't think they should be selling boats from that location.
If I could interject, if you could withhold that comment until the public hearing, because if indeed it is going to be continued.
I don't like it much, but I will.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm not really a fan of that. If not abiding by the law, then why is it we're going to let them come and ask us to come into compliance? So, but, okay, well.
Can I interrupt you a second? This is part of the public hearing, and I didn't allow the public to become involved, and I've got a member of the public that would like to speak.
Well, it would be a continuance of the public hearing, and so I
We wouldn't have
recommend
the public discussion.
if there's going to be a continuance of it, then we don't really need to have that discussion until it's the
I
proper
motion
time.
to continue this meeting till October 3rd.
That would
The
be at
hearing,
6
the
o'clock
public
PM.
hearing. 6 PM, October 3rd.
Yes.
And to allow them to continue selling boats until then.
That's, I believe the staff is requesting that we discuss that on October 3rd.
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Morgan makes the motion, Mr. Marlar seconds. Further discussion? No further discussion?
I got some there.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
You have the floor.
The gentleman that came to us not long ago wanting to sell vehicles on Airport Road, we turned that down because it wasn't zoned for that. I don't even know why we're even discussing this issue. I mean, we turned one gentleman down, he wanted to sell vehicles and it wasn't zoned for that. Now we're doing the same thing on Main Street, and it's not zoned for boats, and we're not going to allow that individual to sell boats. So, I mean, I just don't get why we're even, me personally, I don't care if they sell boats. But I don't even know why we're even discussing it when we've already turned someone down for the same thing.
Mr. Braden, I know we want to talk about this, but it has to be germane to the continuance, which if I know we want, it seems like we really want to talk about this, but I think it's appropriate for us to talk about it in October, if that's what we intend to do.
Either that or we vote this down and go ahead and have the hearing.
Which I don't think is
tonight.
appropriate if the counsel for Orr Automotive's not here.
Mr. Dixon?
Yes, I was just going to say, in what I was discussing here is trying to go ahead and fix a problem that we know exists, but I do feel like the people, we may not agree with what they say, but they do have a right to come before us and ask. So that's all we're doing here, so.
The question has been called. Please vote. Aye for continuing. It's continued to the 3rd with 6 yeses, 1 no. Okay, second reading of ordinance 1615 CC, which amends the City of Destin Code of Ordinance to prohibit commercial concession activities on Norrego Point. Would you please read by title?
Yes, Mayor. Ordinance number 16-15-CC is an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida relating to code enforcement, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for an amendment of Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Article 4, Code Enforcement Citation Program and Procedures, Section 14-94, Applicable Codes and Ordinances, Class Violation. Providing for amendment of Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Parks and Recreation, Article 2, Standards of Behavior and Operation on Public Parks, Section 15-37, Recreational Activities. Providing for an amendment of Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15, Parks and Recreation, Article 2, Standards of Behavior and Operation of Public Parks, Section 15, Penalty. Providing for incorporation into the providing for incorporation into the Code of Ordinances, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. The ordinance is before you on second reading, and I do have a correction to the ordinance text. On page 204 of the ordinance, at the bottom of the page in subsection 5, there is a citation. That citation is to section 15-42, subsection B, and it should be B7, not B2, B7, and that is already in written form. The clerk has it in the clerk's official record. Any motion to adopt should be a motion to adopt as corrected.
Ms. Lejeune, explanation.
This is the same ordinance. It came before you in first reading with the exception of the changes that have already been identified by the city attorney. Staff is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Mayor, I'm going to move that the City Council adopt proposed ordinance 16-15-CC as amended.
Oh, pardon.
I'm sorry, we didn't offer.
There's a public hearing
Yeah,
requirement.
indeed it is. All right, come on up, guys.
Can we do that after the motion, or does it have to be before the motion?
Public hearing comes first.
Okay, sorry.
Bruce Crowell, 42 Terracotta Way, Destin. First of all, I think most of you know who I am, and I have some shameless self-promotion right here on my left breast pocket. So I'm the COO of Harbor Walk Hospitality. But my concerns are in the way I read this, and I'm specifically referring to section 15-37 that says, in the second sentence, for purposes of this prohibition, concession is defined as the provision of any type of goods or services by a person or entity, regardless of whether such goods or services are provided for compensation. So not sure what that means. If that means that, for example, that a chair and an umbrella can't be set up on Noriega Point with no money being transacted, then I think that's an issue, because there's a lot of people that like to have a chair and an umbrella out there, and hypothetically, if you lived somewhere else, like let's say on the harbor, forget the Emerald Graham for a minute, if you ask somebody to take you by boat to Noriega Point, or if you even took a car and you asked your neighbor who's 15 years old instead of 65 years old to set up a chair and an umbrella, and you tip him $10, it looks like he might get arrested. I can't, I just don't understand what this is all about here. I also worry about the future development that there may be on the harbor, where people are going to build condominiums and they don't have a beach, and this park is kind of like their beach. So, I mean, are we trying to restrict use of anybody that lives on the harbor from going to Noriega Point? I'm not quite sure what the objective is. And does this mean that the little guy on the Zodiac that sells peanuts can't pull up right there and sell the people on the beach peanuts? Is that's going to be, I guess, against the law? And since a guy rented a wave runner and paid for it, can he pull up on the beach? Or is because he paid for the wave runner, he's not allowed to pull up on the beach? So I guess what I'm just doing is asking for some clarity, because when I look up the word concession in the dictionary, it doesn't even mention anything about selling stuff. And then when I look at this, and it says that a concession includes even if money's not involved. So I'm not quite sure where it's going. As far as the Emerald Graham goes, we used to set up chairs and umbrellas, spent a lot of time with staff working out the details of how to do that. And we don't rent chairs and umbrellas. They're just for the owners or guests of owners staying at the Emerald Grand. And we moved off of Emerald Grand, and as you all know, moved further down by the jetties on 14 acres of sand down there that we have. But, when Noriega Point is complete, those little scalloped areas are really nice for families that have little kids, because there's, the water's not too deep and so forth. So I'm just trying to see if what you're saying is, well, you could never set up a chair and umbrella on Noriega Point, even though it's a public park, and Emerald Grand owners are taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public?
Captain Gary Jarvis, I live on 804 Marsh Street.
Nope. Repeat
I'm
your
on
name,
the
please.
clock. I'm used to 3 minutes, so 5 minutes is like an eternity. Captain Gary Jarvis, 804 Marsh Street. I own and operate Destin Charter Boat Company on the harbor at Fishing Fleet. And I'm in partnership with 2 harborside restaurants with my sons, Brotula's and Jackacuda's. So I'm always real interested in what's going on the harbor, and especially areas around the harbor. I got a couple of concerns as a resident business owner. First is the intent of this language, of this ordinance, versus the reality of it. Mr. Crowell stole a little of my thunder, because I'm going to bring up one of the same points. But the intent seems to want to prevent any entity from establishing a profit-oriented business on city park land to honor or align itself with the original agreement when the county deeded that property to the city. And I don't have any problem with that intent. But I wonder if the intent is true, or a veiled attempt to prevent or reduce the present use or increased use of Noriega Point. And is it because maybe increased use of that point may be bothersome to people that live out on the areas surrounding Norrego Point. So that's something that I'm interested in. But let's get back to the language of the ordinance. I believe there's some unintended consequences that may rear its ugly head. Mr. Crowell brought one of them up. When it was drafted, I wonder if the council considered the reality of the impact or adverse effect of existing city licensed floating vendors. Water taxi, the peanut guy, the pizza guy. Under this language, that vendor would be ticketed if they stopped at the request of a citizen who's on Norrego Point, apparently legally, and he stops and sells an ice cream or drops off a non-boating citizen who wants to get to Norrego Point or wants to get off to get back to the North Shore. As written, if they do that, they get a $100 fine. Also, what would happen if a group or a family decides to put up one of those little small soccer tents, set up a whole bunch of chairs for a family picnic or birthday? All their people aren't there yet. They haven't arrived by boat or they haven't drove around and walked across the sand dunes. Is the enforcement officer going to walk up and say, this is a non-commercial concession? Because according to that language, as it's written right now, they're subject to a $100 fine. The thing that kind of confuses me the most about this ordinance is the way it's written, it would prevent the city from doing any other than special events, from putting up chairs or umbrellas or something for people that don't have the resources or they don't have the capability to carry them out there, to make that part of their Norrego Point experience. Now, that could be a free thing that the city could provide, or they could rent those chairs and umbrellas and develop funding to improve anything on Norrego Point. And what's really kind of considered is if this ordinance is passed, you would prevent this council or future council or the city from ever doing anything like leasing out certain areas at that point to a concessionaire and get lease funds that would enhance Norrego Point for the city to make improvements there. So my recommendation for this council tonight is not to pass this ordinance. I think I think there's some unintended or intended consequences that haven't been well thought out, and I think it would behoove this council to take a step back, get with staff, take a different approach to their ordinance, and think about what do we want Norrego Point to really look like? What do we want to be able to do in 5 years or for 10 years? And take a little more proactive, futuristic approach to it. I think this ordinance, as it's written today, is way too short-sighted, and I recommend that you do not pass it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Dana Matthews, local lawyer. As those of you that know me from prior exposure to my thoughts on various issues that come before local government, I'm a stickler for the written word because I don't just deal with it on a transactional basis and write those words in contracts or leases or other types of regulations, but also I litigate those issues. And so when I read the staff report, it was interesting, the first couple pages were given a summary history of the deeds that came into being that eventually ended up in the hands of the city of Destin in 2010 from the county. But then all it says is, in terms of trying to determine or ascertain what the intent was behind why this ordinance was adopted or being proposed, it says the city has considered a number of use restrictions on this area, mostly relating to either private or public concessions for beach chairs, but no city council consensus ever emerged concerning these options. This is giving you some history your staff was giving you. And then it jumps off and says, we think we ought to have a new definitional change. Well, I brought you some things, if you haven't read the actual documents themselves, that I would like you to. The first is second one is the document that where the county got it from the state, which is referred to in the second document. And so you've got to go to the second one first, and you see where the where the state of Florida is dedicating this property to Okaloosa County, and I've highlighted for you the areas that I thought was important. And it said, and said county in exchange therefore has agreed to make a dedication of a portion of said lands for public park and recreational purposes. So that was the intent, at least stated on this deed. Now, of course, the deed doesn't define public park and recreational purposes, but that's what this deed says. And this was a reservation of rights in favor of the state that continue to exist to this day.
Mayor, I have a quick question. I'm sorry. Are you here as a Destin citizen, or are you here representing someone?
I'm not a resident of Destin.
Okay, are you here representing someone, or?
I am here representing Emerald Grand and other property owners along the harbor, and it's important for me to explain how this impacts other property owners within the city of Destin and clients that I've represented continuously for many years. And I have to give you the history of it.
Okay,
if that's
thank you.
okay.
That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
That's okay. And then, of course, at the bottom of the first page, it does hereby set aside and dedicate, et cetera. You go to the second page, it is further covenanted and agreed that Okaloosa County does hereby set aside and dedicate and will keep open and maintain a suitable roadway of adequate width across Santa Rosa Island, which is now Holiday Isle, to permit passage from U.S. Highway 98 of two-way traffic into said dedicated park area here and above described. That's the only time you see that language is in that deed. You go to the deed when the county gave it to the city, and if you notice on the bottom of the first page where it says this conveyance is subject to the terms and conditions set forth in the dedication of this property is recorded in book 194, page 573 of the public records, that's the deed I was just referring to. So the county is reaffirming that these covenants continue to exist. And then it said this conveyance is made and accepted with the covenant and understanding that the use of the property is solely and exclusively for public park and recreational purposes, just reciting the same language from the first deed. It goes on the second page, is made and accepted with the covenant and understanding that any use of the property by non-governmental person other than in such person's capacity of the member of the general public is prohibited. Doesn't really define for you what that is, but it seems to indicate that implied that the general public should not be prohibited from using this land for recreational or public park purposes. And then it goes on, the conveyance is made and accepted with a covenant and understanding that the harborside shoreline of this property shall remain accessible for the use and enjoyment of boaters unless the city's coastal engineers determine armoring is necessary to protect this side of the property. Those language was not cited to you in your staff report. What was cited to you in your staff report was that no concession. No concession is not defined in the deed. So you have to go to y'all can't change the definition of concession in a deed without going to a court and getting a court to either declare what it means or for you to go back to the county and ask the county to accept a definition change on a deed that they gave you, reserving certain rights to themselves and the public. What y'all have done is come up with a new definition of concession. What I'd like to do is give you...
You need to wrap this up pretty quick.
The law presumes that when we write deeds of conveyances, that the drafters, using words that are intended for the meaning that is most commonly ascribed to those words so that future generations can understand what they mean. And what I've given you is 3 different dictionary definitions of the word concession. From the Cambridge English Dictionary, permission to sell something, especially in part of a store owned by someone else or a business that sells something. Example, a lot of movie theater profits come from their candy concessions. Again, common sense tells us that the county in their restriction, the use of the word concession, was not to the local government, the city of Destin, to go grant a profit-making venture to somebody else that the county would be able to derive, or the concessionaire would be able to derive profits from. The same thing under the Merriam-Webster Dictionary. It gave you several different examples, but something granted or something done or agreed to, usually grudgingly, in order to reach an agreement or improve a situation, a grant of land or property, especially by a government, in return for services for a particular use. That's typically how you have used the word concession in local government world for many, many years, or governmental world. That's the definition that normally applies. It goes on to say a right to undertake and profit by a specified activity, a lease of a portion of premises for a particular purpose, the portion leased or the activities carried on. Again, the lawyers...
Sir, you're running way over. Try to run this.
I'm trying. I won't go to the third definition. What is it? Marion. But it's basically the same type thing. I tell you this because what you've done, or what's been drafted at least, in this ordinance is, it's not directed to Norrego Point. This ordinance draft is directed to the Parks Ordinance, and it's adding another section in the Park Ordinance under 15-37 where it says no person in a park shall, of course you've got the language and you've read it. But then they go in, what they state in the first sentence, in a non-governmental capacity, operate a concession at Norrego Point Park, now this is specifically to them, or otherwise use such park in any manner other than in the capacity as a member of the general public. That's already stated in the deed. We just read those. So you don't need to restate that in an ordinance. Now this is the catch. For purposes of this prohibition, concession is defined as the provision of any types of goods or services by a person or entity. Now, if it said for a profit or for some type of concession to make money, that would be consistent with the definition that was used in the deeds. But it doesn't say that. It says, regardless of whether such goods or services are provided for compensation. How are we going to train a code enforcement officer to deal with that language? I mean, and then therefore you go back to what is really the intent that you all are trying to accomplish. Are you trying to get rid of beach chairs and umbrellas generally? Just from the Emerald Grand? Just from, how about a pontoon? A rented pontoon. They pay money for it. People bring their beach chairs and umbrellas and their coolers. Where do they go? Crab Island, Norrego Point. They go to Norrego Point. Are they in violation? How about if you, family reunions, soccer teams, Little League, all these things take place, and they bring food, they bring beach chairs, they bring umbrellas, they bring all kinds of things. It's not for profit, not for taking anything, but under this definition, it could be broadly construed as a violation. I don't think
you doubled your time now. Let's close it down.
I would ask you all to, I'm with Captain Jarvis. This really needs to go back to staff. I'll be glad to work with staff. I'll be glad to bring some other interested stakeholders to determine what the city is really trying to accomplish. I think you're asking yourself for problems that you don't really need. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public discussion? Need my screen back. Thank you. Do we have a motion? No discussion?
I'm having trouble. understanding why, Mr. Matthews, you're being paid several $100s an hour to be here. Bruce Crawl, you're here late on 10 o'clock on Tuesday night, advancing the arguments for the peanut salesman. That's not, you're a corporation. That's not what you guys do. There's a part of this that means that it could possibly interfere with your ability to make money and continue to use Noriega Point for whatever commercial purposes advance. I see your head shaking no, but
I don't use it for commercial purposes.
what do you use it for?
Chairs and umbrellas.
Commercial purposes.
To be able to market for people, for a building that doesn't have a beach. I think, yeah, of course.
First of all, we have a beach, and you know where it is, right? I'm assuming. So, but this is I'm here for others, this isn't just a selfish interest. You have a public park that you're saying that someone can't go out there, including Emerald Grand owners, who are the largest number of taxpayers in one place in the whole county, and that we cannot put a beach chair and umbrella on that beach for them, for which they don't pay for that. It's free, okay? So if your definition of concession has something to do with money, then you would have an argument. But they pay nothing. And, you know, if you restrict a taxpayer from having a chair and an umbrella on the beach, you're opening yourselves up to 400 or 500 owners who are taxpayers, and in fact, the largest group of taxpayers in all of Okaloosa County. Now, if that's what you're trying to do, okay. I threw in the peanut guy because I'm trying to get some clarification to see if you were just singling out chairs and umbrellas or you were counting a whole bunch of other people too.
Make a motion.
Second.
All right, Mr. Shirley, what changes did you say need to be made in this motion?
Pardon me, the change, the clerk already has the change. It's on page 204 at the bottom, changing the citation so it reads section 15-42B7.
16-42B7?
Yes, sir.
And that's what I need to read into the motion.
Yes, sir.
All right, I move that City Council adopt proposed ordinance 16-42 B7 on second reading and direct staff to forward and said ordinance to...
That's 16-15.
16-15?
Ordinance number is 1615CC. The correction is to the citation on page 204 is 15-42 subsection B7.
All right, let me start over again. I move the City Council adopt proposed ordinance 16-15-CC on second reading and direct staff to forward said ordinance to the Municipal Code Corporation for incorporation into the City of Destin Land Development Code, and then to recognize or to...
Well, as, with the correction.
With the correction of 16-42 B7.
15-42 subsection B7.
15-42 B7. Okay, got that out.
Did I hear a second?
Second.
Rodney, second. Discussion, Mr. Marler?
Two things. One, I think some of the audience might be missing the boat and the point, and I'm just going to get this out. I think our original intent, at least my personal original intent, was we had people who were profiting without having a business tax license, quote unquote, in some areas. I think that was part of the intent. And with that said, I think that's where a lot of it, at least that's the way I understood it when we were here last time, because we had the guy with the water flight thing that was renting or making profit off of, using the city land to do that. And so with that being said, and the fact that Mr. Matthews and Mr. Crowell have both come up here and the Emerald Grand has been mentioned, I work for an entity of the Emerald Grand, so I'm going to abstain from the vote on that subject.
Understood. Councilmember Ramswell?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question about the wording. I think what they brought up is actually a point, and that is when we, in the original reading of this, the language actually said provision of any types of goods or services by a person or entity other than the user. Because the way I read it now, I think it can be interpreted as I can't walk out there with my own umbrella and towel and lay out on the beach. And I'm not sure that that was our intention.
It's not how I read it.
Because the provision, well, and I'm just, if we want to make sure we have an airtight, non-loophole situation, we need to make sure it's wordsmith right. So
Mr. Shirley, you want to comment on that?
I would point out that I believe that that language was taken out at the request of Ms. Ramswell.
Well, it
at
was the
last
language,
meeting.
I have
Or
the
to try
language from the
try to
last one.
fix a.
Yeah.
Can I offer a
We-
substitute motion?
Yeah.
If it is truly, in fact, your intent to look out and make sure that we're not stepping on, I'd like to continue this to give staff an opportunity to sit down with Mr. Matthews, at which point, if we need to bring this back, this is not an end-all, be-all nightmare, we got to do this now issue. We're moving into the winter. If you really truly want an opportunity to craft something that is far more specific and that we don't have any ambiguities, then I have no problems giving those stakeholders an opportunity to do so. So
Well, I think the part that was taken out was the wrong part, because the original wording was provision of any type of goods or services by a person or entity other than the park user, regardless of whether such goods or services are provided for compensation. I thought we were cutting it after other than the park user, period. So it looks like it got switched, what was removed. I mean, I don't care, I just want to make sure what's here is what the council intended, and again, that we're not leaving some sort of loophole that was unintended. Well, you hopefully never intend a loophole.
I'm going to motion to continue this till the next.
I believe we have to withdraw the current motion.
Offering substitute to continue?
You can offer a substitute motion. but-
Substitute to continue. If it gets a second, then you have to vote on it, and it goes yea or nay. And then
Okay.
if it fails, then it defaults back to the original motion that's on the floor.
Go ahead and offer here.
Mr. Shirley, do you have any comment?
Well, what I'm trying to do is to find, I can't recall when this was up before the council on first reading. But I was trying to look in the minutes, if we had minutes with this agenda, to see if that issue was discussed. Yeah, so, and I regrettably, I didn't bring the actual ordinance file for this ordinance with me this evening, so I don't have my notes.
Would you suggest we postpone this to a date certain, or?
You can do that. I can tell you that that I know what it is that the Emerald Grand is doing, and it's going to be difficult, in my opinion, to accommodate that under the language of the deed restriction. So that's the basic bottom line. That's why they're here. That is why we said regardless of whether it was for compensation, because we were concerned that a little bit of sleight of hand was going on, not to impugn the integrity of the individuals who are speaking here this evening. But I can tell you that somewhere, somehow, somebody is paying for the chairs and umbrellas. They're just not, well, somebody's paying for them. They're being provided as a benefit for a commercial reason. So, but the reason why we changed, we put the language in as we did was to try to deal with that situation.
I'm sorry,
But I'm more than
I
happy-
suggested that only that, I didn't know if we needed to clarify the language that Councilmember Ramsdell was referring to. Was not referring to rewriting the,
If it remains as is, can it be wordsmithed and move forward, or does it have to go back? The intent, well, I'm not going to speculate.
Well, we can always come back and change it again if we need to. But I can tell you that there isn't anybody that's going to is going to enforce this attempt to interpret this provision in such a way that an individual user cannot go to the beach with their beach and umbrella. And that's just never going to happen.
does that satisfy?
It's a strange
I appear to be
interpretation.
overruled, so I'll go with the majority on this. I'm not an attorney, so I have to defer.
Mr. Dixon?
We've been over this and over this and over this, and I'm telling how many hours we've actually spent on this, and I just think we need to move forward, and I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm on the same boat. I'm done with kicking cans down the road. I'm not ready to start backpedaling or anything else. It's just second reading. We need to move forward with it.
Mr. Destin, will you?
I didn't have a second, so I think I'm dead in the water.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, no buttons lighting up, I call for the vote. Four yes, one abstain, one no. Second reading of ordinance, second reading of ordinance 1619 LC. Mr. Shirley, would you read by title?
Yes, Mayor. Ordinance number 16-19-LC by title is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Destin relating to mobile vendors in the Destin Harbor Community Redevelopment Area, CRA, adopting findings of fact, providing a definition of mobile vendors, imposing a temporary moratorium on the permitting of new mobile vendors in the Harbor CRA, directing staff to develop recommendations for regulation of mobile vendors in the Harbor CRA, providing for exceptions, providing for expiration of temporary moratorium, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And this ordinance is before you on first reading. Pardon me, this ordinance is before you on second reading.
Ms. Lejeune, explanation?
Yes, sir, this is the same ordinance that council heard on first reading, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Mayor Fisher, this is a
Public hearing, yes. Sorry. Any member of the public would like to speak on this item?
Just me, Bruce Crown, the Crosshairs, 42 Terracotta Way. The proposed moratorium does not adequately address existing businesses on the harbor. Mainly, we request that they define new as in new mobile vendor. For example, do existing businesses with the current BTR and permits have the right to transfer ownership? That's not addressed. Keeping in mind that no new vending unit will be added, but only a transfer of ownership of an existing one, we propose that you allow existing mobile vendors the ability to transfer their ownership to another, and that a new owner be able to conduct business within the confines of the existing ordinances. Also, what we don't know, and nobody's been able to answer the question, is that if you have a one if you have a, a one-year license, and then your license is up, can you come down here and renew, or is that new? We don't know. You can't tell from what you've got written. So,
Thank you. Any further public discussion?
Captain Gary Jarvis, 804 Mars Street, and I'm not going to use up any more time. I'll use some of his 5 minutes. I support this ordinance in the concept that it's to prevent further growth of the mobile food vendor, temporary buildings and stuff down in the harbor. What I've seen, and being president of the Destin Charter Boat Association, our guys have a concern that our historical presence on the harbor is getting squeezed out in a kind of a carnival atmosphere. So, but there are some issues with the language that need to be clarified, especially, I take into account there's people that have already established their business there, and they probably need they're entitled to definition of where they stand now and in the future in that. And so part of me says, that this is the second reading, we ought to move forward with it, but it looks like there's a little wordsmithing that would improve this ordinance as it's written.
Dana Matthews, local lawyer. I represent 7 property owners on the harbor who all have either these types of mobile vendor portable buildings, as it's defined in the code. And usually when you adopt a moratorium, the purpose is to retain the status quo until such time that you adopt rules and regs that meet the intent by which you're trying to accomplish. That's what the staff reports indicates. I would suggest on the second page of the ordinance under section 3 that you just add a clarifying sentence in there, because if that's the intent, is to retain the status quo. Right now, the way these people operate, when they come to the ones that are operating legally, they have to come and they get a business license with the city. As y'all know, that's a 1-year license. It's 1 year from date of issuance. So you've got the season starting in the spring. Your moratorium is until March 1st. People are going to be trying to plan and get ready for the spring season. They want to know if their licenses are being, if they come up for renewal, is staff going to know that they can go ahead and renew them because they've already had a license and we've been out there and inspected them and they have their insurance and they're doing everything they're supposed to do? I would think that would be yes, because you are trying to remain the status quo. It doesn't say that. And the second situation is not uncommon, as you guys know, for people to sell their businesses. And when they sell their businesses, they transfer licenses. When you sell your assets of the business, one of the assets of a business are your licenses. Obviously, you would not want a purchaser of somebody's business who's there and licensed with the city properly to be able to expand the use and do something different, because that would be contrary to what's your intent. But I think you need to have a sentence that would allow for what we call an assignment of your licenses, provided that there is no change in use from what was originally permitted, at least while the moratorium is going into effect. That's fair. It retains the status quo for people, and it gives you the time that you need to look at your ordinance. Thank you.
Hello, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm Erin Peterson, 424 Cocobola Drive, Santa Rosa Beach, 32459. I own the food truck Wine Not Florida. I specifically selected Destin and invested a substantial portion of my retirement into starting a business here. I did so because Destin offered what I was looking for, which was a business model where I could start small, I could grow organically, and I could be part of a community. A place where I could share my creative product in an exciting, safe, long-term environment. I specialize actually in wine-infused ice cream, and if anybody has not tried it, it is to die for. This is actually our third season of operation, and when I started, I jumped through numerous hoops to make sure that I did things correctly. I met with the state, the health department, DEP, the county, and the city of Destin. In fact, I sat down with officials from the city of Destin multiple times to make sure that I was in compliance, drawings of my truck, etc. And in turn had longevity in my business so that I would be able to recoup the large investment that I put into my business. After diligently working with the city for several weeks, I received a letter from the planning division that stated very clearly that I was in compliance and allowed to operate excuse me, and allowed to operate if I obtained my city tax license and a parking study was done, both of which were completed and accepted. This letter did not specify a time limit, nor did it restrict me from choosing how and when to operate my business. I did what was asked of me. I followed all processes that were in place by all regulatory agencies, including the city of Destin. And yet now I feel as though it appears you're threatening to take my livelihood away from me by potentially changing the requirements that we already agreed to and met. Listen, I know that many of you see your town changing, and it's difficult. Change is uncomfortable for most of us. But the towns that stay rigid and stuck in the past, those are the towns that suffer. It's the cities, the companies, and the individuals that are able to embrace the new, whether it be technology or trends or popular culture. Those are the ones that grow and thrive. And this is particularly true for a city like ours, a city that survives on tourism. Our roads, our educational systems, the majority of our people's salaries, they're all paid for by people who come to visit us. If we're unwilling to provide them with unique, fresh, new experiences, they will go elsewhere. And then what happens to our children's educations? What covers our mortgages? What puts food on our tables? I know that food trucks are a new realm for a lot of you, but the fact is that they're one of the most popular and exciting trends in our country. From LA to Dallas, New York, and to our backyard in Atlanta, people are lining up at these establishments. They revel in the unique creations like the one that we have that's developed by food truck owners like myself. And people love that. That's why they come to us. It's not just a menu, it's a memory. I can't tell you how many people a week walk up to my window and say, "Wow, this is so cool. I've never seen anything like this. Your truck is so beautiful. Can I see inside? I can't wait to tell so-and-so I had this." You see, it's not just food, it's an experience. Because usually items in a food truck, they are special, they're unique, or they have a twist from what you'd find at a normal restaurant. And if you think that just because we have wheels, we don't contribute to our community, the way that hard locations do, you'd be misled. I pay the state every year for my permits and inspection fees. I pay thousands in taxes. My employees are all documented and pay taxes on their earnings. And as I mentioned, I have my federal, my state, my county, and my city license just like any other reputable business. And surely you'll all recognize that we selected the harbor specifically for its 3+ million visitors that pass by my truck every year. And additionally for the ability to have a permanent location where I can do business, to be part of a unique festive environment that people come to visit specifically. And to do so, we went through the proper channels. We followed all the rules to ensure we were in compliance and to operate as such. Not only is this my primary source of income, but we also provide jobs to Destin residents. Every single one of my employees was a Destin resident. Jobs that pay $10 an hour plus tips. That's a good job.
Excuse
Yes.
me, you're really getting off the point. This is for new vendors coming in. I'm
Well,
not sure
I understand.
how this affects
I came
your
to the
plumbing.
first reading, and it wasn't really specified that it was new, and that was a little bit scary in some of the language that I've read since then. So there was some language that he mentioned earlier that also talked about proposed changes has come up
let's stick to
several
the
times.
Just stick to the point of this particular
I'm
resolution.
trying to, sir. I'm trying to. That's why I'm trying to explain our situation to say, okay, I'll just finish up. Excuse me. My employees come back every year. It's helped pay for colleges, provided for their children, and in one case, it's actually cared for an ailing parent. We contribute, we give back. I want to know that that is safe and secure, because that's what I set out to do in this community. And like all of you, I do have to provide for my family. And I feel now that that may be threatened by a change in rules, that's what I'm addressing,
Your time,
after I was given the
Your time
city.
is up, so please wrap it up.
I would have finished on time if you'll just let me finish. After I was given the city's agreement to operate. How would you feel if everything you worked for came down to this situation? I'm just kindly asking that you put yourself in my shoes and view this proposed moratorium and any potential regulation changes for food trucks in that location from my perspective and the perspectives of others whose livelihood would be negatively impacted. Thank you.
I have a question too. Ma'am? It's okay, I think a couple of us have.
Absolutely.
Okay. Ma'am, just so you know, if you need to renew a license, or anybody needs to renew a license that is properly licensed down there to operate, there's nothing in there that's saying that you cannot renew that license.
Then why was exactly, there isn't.
So you gotta say everything in black and white, that's just common sense. Come on, Bruce.
Excuse me, Mr.
Jesus
Dixon.
Christ. You know, it's common sense.
I did not feel like that was clear. I didn't feel like it was clear at the first reading.
It's a new.
Then why,
vendor.
then, okay.
Point of order, I'd like to allow her to speak, please.
Go ahead, ma'am.
The reason that I'm here with an infant at home and very little sleep is because I do not feel like that language actually protects me. I do not feel like that language protects me. There's been numerous times this evening that I have heard proposed regulation changes. So what does that mean for somebody that has a license that I thought I complied with all the regulations? There's a new application as of April this year that didn't exist when I started, specifically for food trucks that I was asked to fill out. So
Your concern, it sounds like, is making sure that you'd be grandfathered in since
Exactly.
you met all of the
exactly, at
requirements.
the time of, there's been no language of grandfathering, there's been no language of if you have a license and you're a food truck, you're okay to stay. I've heard people talk about changing our hours. At the last meeting, the first reading, it brought up twice, I believe, you can check the minutes, brought up twice about changing our hours to restrict food trucks to operate, but it didn't say that those were there would be grandfathered in.
Great, I think
All of
that's
that-
great.
just
all
what
of
I'm
that
trying
may come
to-
under a future proposal of the council, but this doesn't. This
Mayor,
this is addressing only new vendors. It has nothing to do with
Then give me
them.
language that makes me more comfortable is
Dude,
all I'm
this-
asking.
This isn't to protect your business. It's just simply to regulate new vendors coming in, period.
I had the floor for just a minute, but I cannot believe that we've gotten off on this, and I think what's gone on out there is that we've got people out there that are trying to use scare tactics on these issues, and that's not the case. If you have a business license, a business license to operate now, we're not going to tell you in 6 months you can't renew that license because we did something different. If you've got that license, then you've got the license. And
Then why is there not
we don't have
language
to
to
mention a
grandfather it?
grandfather clause in that.
Would it not
I
make
mean,
me feel more comfortable? Would it
well,
not make you feel
and
more
then
comfortable?
what about the next person that comes in that wants something completely different than that and make them feel more
And
comfortable?
excuse me, sir, that's an insult to me as a business owner and as an intelligent female to say that people have gotten me riled up. I came on my own. I would much rather be home sleeping right now because I get very little of it with a 10-month-old.
Do what you want, ma'am.
So,
Do what you want.
I am
I'm
asking
sorry,
on
but
my own
I'm shutting this
volition.
off. That's the end of it. No, you've had your chance. You've had your time.
I know, but I think it's important.
You've had your time. You're done.
Staff told, no.
Would you like to speak?
Mayor, we need to break.
Yeah, we'll break after this.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I know it's been a late night and everyone's getting very agitated. My name's Melissa Aiken. I'm a 29-year resident of Destin. I live at 438 Snapper Drive. I am representing Fish Heads. We are a mobile business located down on the harbor. We have been established for over 3 years. I, like Aaron, have the same concerns. There are a lot of people that are adverse to the changes that are happening because there have been some vendors and a lack of code enforcement, which is obvious. I am all for businesses being licensed and regulated and held to the same standard, but it's got to be consistent. There can't be threats of limiting business hours for food trucks in Destin or on the Harbor District. It's not fair. I am for the peanut guy, you know? Everybody started small. A lot of people start small in this town and make their way. A lot of these families represented here did just that. So we're just asking for a little bit of comfort and support, a lot of clarification on this moratorium and the regulations to come. So I thank you for your time and consideration, and would just ask that you revisit your verbiage in this and make sure that the people who are building businesses in this town have the opportunity to continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
One statement that you never heard that you might find interesting that's in your discussion. Council wish.
I'm sorry, you've had your time.
Councilmember Brady.
Thank you, Mayor.
Excuse me, Councilmember Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Mr. Matthews that represents 7 property owners on the harbor. 7. It was my understanding and my intent for this is, yes, it is status quo. You come to city to get a license next year, renew your license, you present your license you've had all year and you get a new one. I know when we put a moratorium, or I didn't, but in past, council put a moratorium on, I believe it was condos or high-rises. That didn't mean that when Mr. Crow come in to renew his business license the next year, he had to shut his condo down. That was new. So I really don't understand, get the misunderstanding about new businesses. I know that they, it doesn't say it in there, but you can't put, anyway, it's new, it's status quo. What's there is there. If you come back to renew your license, you get a license. It's new. If you come in and want to fill out an application to put a food truck down there, that's new. If you do not have to fill out an application and jump through the hoops and all that, you have a business license, you renew your business license. That's my understanding. If for some reason I'm wrong, somebody please correct me.
It's not a business license, it's a tax receipt.
Thank you.
And
Business
it's not,
tax
it's
receipt.
not regulatory by nature.
Thank you.
It's symbolic to me that you've jumped through all the hoops to appropriately open your business, and it's something that you can enforce on the code enforcement side, which we're working. And I do have some comments to make. I'll yield the floor, though.
Could I have a motion? And then we'll go into discussion.
Mr. Mayor, could I have just 1 second? Mr. Mayor, ma'am, I apologize if you're still in this room. I apologize to you. You got mad at me. It's been a long night, and I got mad back. I apologize to you sincerely. Yeah, well, it seemed like you did, but I do sincerely apologize. I really do. So.
Let's take a break on that. We're running late. 10:30. Let's try to keep it 5 minutes.
Consent agenda should be easy, but if some of the others, if you feel like you need to.
Are we all in place? Let's start the meeting. You had me. Jokes are not allowed after 10:30. Okay. Did we have not had a motion on this item. Do we want to get a motion on the floor before we continue discussion? Mr. Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make the motion, but I have more discussion. I move that the council approve the attached ordinance 16-19-LC.
Yeah, on second reading.
Sorry, it's not there, on second reading.
Okay. I'm not sure you needed that.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second, discussion. Mr. Morgan?
Thank you, Mayor. I think originally my biggest concern was, and it was actually a misconception with one of the property owners, was that we had these businesses that were operating without business tax receipts. Since then, and I do owe an apology to Brandon. Sorry, I don't know your last name, but he looks over the Marler property between AJ's and Harbor Walk Village. And he wasn't doing anything malicious. It was, he didn't, they've rectified they're in the process of spending lots of money to rectify their parking problems. I applaud him for that. And he's trying really hard when to the east and to the west, he's been inundated by these mobile vendors. And he was simply saw the trend and capitalized on it. My biggest concern all along was businesses operating without business tax receipts. It symbolized to me that they did not meet the requirements that the city asked them to meet to do business. We have no real recourse on that. I believe this moratorium is going to give us time to develop ordinances that will allow us to effectively enforce businesses that are not operating with a BTR. So, with that said, you know, I support food trucks. I think they embody, you know, good spirit of capitalism, and it's a low-level investment to allow people to be owner-operators, and I admire them for doing that. So my biggest problem was people operating without the BTRs. I simply want to be able to enforce that effectively. Nobody wants too many regulations, but we certainly don't want regulations we can't enforce, and I think we have a lot of those, and we're addressing them. But when the moratorium's lifted, I will support food trucks. And I think, in particular, you know, in terms of regulating who can sell what in T-shirt shops and the tackiness of the harbor and the carnival-esque atmosphere that Mr. Jarvis was referencing to, was, I think a lot of my frustrations is with the shift of Destin's demographics. And I use them almost as a scapegoat when really they're not the catalyst of our demographic shift. They're simply a byproduct of it, and it's people capitalizing on it. And they're doing quite well, and that's why you've seen the proliferation of it. Same thing with the pontoon boats. So, I don't want to restrict your ability to do business down there. I simply want us to have codes that we can enforce So that's my stance. That'll be my stance going into when we lift the moratorium. If we can get some better design standards, that's fine. And I think aesthetically it will look better down there. But in terms of over-regulation down there, I just want to be able to effectively regulate it. And I don't think we can now. So that's where I stand.
Councilman Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I try to limit myself to one stupid question tonight, but I'm going to go for two. Is this moratorium, it's in place until the council lifts the moratorium, or is there a time on this moratorium?
It has a built-in termination in the ordinance of March 1st. And of course, the intent was for staff basically to, and our process was going to be typically open and the same process that we're currently going through with pontoon boats and personal watercraft, where we basically have had, we had our first workshop last month with the Harbor CRA Advisory Committee. We've got our second workshop scheduled for Wednesday night with the Harbor CRA Advisory Committee. We actually invited the owners to participate, and we're involving them in the process so they can basically make their recommendations. And our pathway is to take those recommendations and have the Harbor CRA Advisory Committee make recommendations to the CRA Board, so we'll bring that to the CRA Board, which is an open meeting, and the CRA Board will make a recommendation to you as City Council, and any changes that are crafted by ordinance will come before you for 2 readings, so there'll be plenty of opportunity for public input on this. We're looking at doing the same path with this process, with the Harbor CRA starting with the Harbor CRA Advisory Committee. Some of this confusion, I think, was caused by a meeting that we had with one of the tenants down there in Harbor Walk, and they point blank asked us to basically give them a permit to grandfather them, and we politely declined because we pointed out to them, I think rightly so, that in effect we would be granting them permission to operate in the future under a basically zoning in progress situation, and that we don't make the rules, you make the rules, and we execute them. And so we couldn't make them a promise that they would be allowed to continue at their current location. We also didn't say that they couldn't. And of course, people in meetings like that, they take away the thing that is most fearful to them. And I think that now you've seen some real fear based on our meeting that I think was not entirely even. I think that at some point you guys are going to make decisions about what happens, and I think you'll make a good one. And so I think that's what's created some of the fear, and I think that I wanted to explain what the pathway is going to be so that you understand it's going to be a very open and fair process, and ultimately the decision is up to you, and the staff will do what you tell us to.
Mr. Barner.
Thank you, Mayor. Timing is everything. And I think part of the situation, and Mr. Braden was right when you say new, you get a new license each year and things like that, and timing is everything because we're in that process where everybody has to be, whoever that is. I think the process is that by September 30th, we all have to have our business tax licenses renewed, which brings, renewed versus new. So timing is everything, and I think that's where some of the situation possibly was at. And I do agree that, I think the ones that are already established, have been doing and following the rules and regulations, should not have a problem. I don't think, that was not the intent. The intent was to get a handle on it and get it to be what we wanted it to be, which was a festive marketplace, regulated and made sure that everybody was following the rules. And I agree with Mr. Morgan's situation that, and my personal opinion is that if you go from point A to point B, as the wine not lady came up and said, she went through the state, she went through the county, she went to us, the health department, everybody. If you've dotted all your I's and crossed all your T's, and yes, you should be, and if you follow every rule, then you should be allowed to get your business tax license and be operable on the harbor under our code, which includes parking and all the other fun things that we go along with that. So I don't have a problem supporting it. I do think it just needs to be clarified, and then Mr. Shirley might be able to help us with that, on the understanding that anybody that already has a business tax license is not subject to this, that it is not for renewal, it is brand new, never been used before. And I think that's where the bone of contention is for most of the people who are here tonight who are upset over it.
I'm sorry, before the break, we did have a motion and a second. Is that correct? Okay. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the question.
Mayor, I'm going to have to abstain. I have a food truck in the North Harbor District.
Too late now.
We have one abstention, 5 yes. Okay. We're to the public opportunity to speak on council propositions. That's 8 through 28A. No blue cards, so there's no one requesting to speak on any items. We'll go to the ADA compliant outdoor showers. Ms. Lejeune?
Excuse me, sir, under consent agenda, the council has the ability to vote on them in bulk.
I'm sorry.
I'll make that motion, Mayor, to vote for 8 through, I guess it's 8 through 13? 15?
15.
Oh, okay.
Second.
No, it's 13, because
No, it's just
resolutions are on
13.
14 and 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 through 13.
So second.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote. It's unanimous yes on the resolutions. Project reports and comments from council. We'll start with Councilmember Morgan. Oh, resolutions, I'm sorry. I'm determined to skip 14 and 15, aren't I? Okay, resolution 1614. We don't need to read that by title. do we?
I'll just read it real quick.
Okay.
This is a new format for approval of a couple of interlocal agreements, and these will be by resolution. Resolution 16-14, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Destin providing authority for the mayor to enter into an interlocal agreement with Okaloosa County for funding of emergency maintenance dredging of the Old Pass Lagoon Channel and providing an effective date.
Ms. Lejeune, further explanation?
Yes, sir. We had gone to the TDC and asked them if they would help cost share in the emergency dredge that the city did for $96,000. The TDC agreed to pay 60% of that, so this is for reimbursement from the TDC for $57,600.
I'll make the recommended motion unless there's further comment. Alrighty then.
Second.
I move that the City Council adopt Resolution 16-14, authorizing the mayor to sign the interlocal agreement with the Okaloosa Board of County Commissioners for the emergency maintenance dredging of the Old Pass Lagoon Channel.
Second.
We have a motion, second. Any further discussion? Not, I call for the vote. Unanimous yes. Resolution 1615, Mr. Shirley?
Yes, Mayor, Resolution 16-15 is by title a resolution of the City Council of the City of Destin, Florida, accepting and adopting fiscal year 2017 interlocal agreement between the City of Destin and the Okaloosa County Board of County Commissioners for waterfront access maintenance and capital improvements, authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement for and on behalf of the City of Destin and providing an effective date.
Further explanation, Ms. Lejeune?
Yes, sir. This is the annual funding application that we put forward to the TDD for the maintenance and improvements of our beaches and waterways. That is taken care of through the Parks and Recreation's maintenance.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion, Mayor. I move the city council adopt resolution 16-15, approving the interlocal agreement with Okaloosa County for waterfront access, maintenance, and capital improvements, and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement on behalf of the city of Destin.
Mr. Rader makes a motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Marlar seconds. Any further discussion? Call for the vote. Unanimous, yes. We have project reports and comments from mayor and council. We'll begin with Councilmember Morgan.
Nothing tonight, Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Destin.
Nothing at this time, Mayor.
Councilmember Marlar.
Ditto, nothing.
Proud of the right end of the table. Councilmember Foreman. Excuse me, Councilmember Dixon.
He has no
I got
comment.
one thing, if you could, Doug, could you put that picture up there? I'm still talking about the issues that we're having on this piece of property on I'm still talking about the issues that we're having on this piece of property off Noriega Point. What you can see there is basically a vendor that's set up right there off of that piece of property, and it seems to be getting worse and worse. I'd like for the city manager to fill us in on what's transpired within from the last meeting to this meeting, and let us know what the property owner there has stated that they'd be willing to do to try to stop this.
Yes, sir, we have made progress. We've made contact with the property owner. I have Mr. Steve Smith, who would like to give a report on behalf of code enforcement.
We did reach out to the property owner. David Basilak has been in touch with the owner's representative, and they have indicated that they are planning to put signs out that would prohibit overnight storage of vessels or equipment as referenced. So, as referenced in the emails. So, we will be following up to ensure that those get posted shortly, and there will be no overnight storage of boats or equipment on that property, according to the owner.
Okay, if you would, if the signs come in or whatever happens within the next, before the next meeting, please let me know. So, that's it.
Councilmember Ramsell.
I'm going to hold off on almost everything. I do have one thing I wanted to ask, and we had the comp plan workshop a while back. I believe Councilman Destin had asked for it, and we spent a good portion of the meeting with the LPA, I believe it was, that came in. And you look like you're getting ready to interject. Go ahead.
It was the Regional Planning Council, the West Florida Regional Planning Council, and we did go out to RFP. We got one proposal, and that will come to council at the September 20th meeting.
Okay, now I'm lost. I was just going to see if we wanted to schedule another comp plan workshop, because we had said, I thought, is that what you're talking about?
I'm not familiar with another comp plan workshop. I was tasked with going out to RFP to find a planning firm that would write the comp plan amendments to come back to council for approval so that we could send it to the state.
Right, okay. So this was separate, and this may have been me just remembering things incorrectly, but I thought at the last workshop when they came in and we talked about a bunch of things, there were several items that we said we were going to put off and have another workshop to discuss. Was that not the correct understanding? Such as occupancy and the noise ordinance and the storage stuff? Everybody looks completely blank, so maybe this is a Preble thing.
I don't recall it.
Okay, I'll hold off until we all are, or whatever. That's all I have.
Councilmember Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Campbell, can you tell me again what is going on with 98 Palms up next to Main Street? I guess they're not putting the sidewalk in because the waiting on some kind of study or report or something about the water line they run up underneath the street?
I don't know anything about a water line study. The project is still ongoing.
Right, I know they poured all that sidewalk all the way up to the bank. And like just,
I'll look into that because they should have that completed.
Yeah,
very soon. So
somewhere, somebody told me they're not completing that one little section because of some kind of study there.
Yes, sir. You had asked me that question, and it was actually Mr. Bodie who had given me the answer, and he said that there was still an issue with that section with the water line. I forgot the technical reason that he said, but I do know that it had to do with a delay in the project because of that particular section of water line. So we will look into that, and I can get you an answer tomorrow.
So it was you that was telling me that?
Yes, it was me.
Okay, I couldn't remember. I knew somebody said something about some kind of study.
Yeah, and I apologize, I don't remember the technical explanation that Mr. Bodie gave me, but I do know it had to do with the water line, which is the holdup for that particular section.
Okay. Other than that, I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
We'll skip the mayor and jump to the city attorney.
I just wanted to mention real quick that, as you may recall, we did have a litigation, small case that was going on earlier in the year, having to do with Mr. Laird and a ugly house that's built on Beach Drive. The city prevailed. It was appealed. We do have, I think our chances are great for winning. We do have an oral argument set for October 26th in the appeal. First DCA, Tallahassee. That's all. Thank you.
Very good. First reading of ordinance 1626 CN, temporary tree cutting moratorium. Mr. Shirley, you want to read by title?
This is the absolute most titles, I think, that have been read in one day. Ordinance number 16-26-CN, by title is an ordinance enacting a temporary moratorium on the removal of protected trees within the Destin city limits, pending consideration of changes to city ordinances, providing definitions, providing for a temporary moratorium on permits allowing removal of certain trees, providing for exceptions, providing for appeals, and providing an effective date and term. The ordinance is before you on first reading.
Further explanation, Ms. Lejeune?
Yes, sir. I'd like Mr. Lance Johnson to go ahead and give the explanation for this one, please.
Good evening. It's good to be up here. Thanks. As directed on August 1st, we crafted an ordinance, a temporary moratorium for tree cutting within the city limits of Destin. Staff took that to the Environmental Parks and Recreation Committee / Tree Board at their meeting on August the 23rd. The committee unanimously endorsed the draft that we presented to them, and we have a representative from the committee here if there are any questions for them, and that's really the lead-in that I have.
Mr. Dixon?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do have a question on this, and basically the way I read this is that no building permit, development permit, demolition permit, land disturbance permit, or other permit allowing removal of a protected tree within the city limits shall be issued during the period set forth. I wonder about whether or not a 8-inch or 12-inch oak tree in the middle of a piece of undeveloped property could stop you from being able to build a house on that piece of property with this moratorium. And the way I read it, it is basically just that, is that you know, I mean, I want to protect the trees as much as anybody up here does, but I will say somebody's home comes before a tree does. So if I could get any feedback on that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson can answer that for you.
There are specific criteria, and with your example, the oak tree, that wouldn't be a qualifying tree because it's got to be at least 12 inches. So it's got to be a very well-established tree. But in addition to that, as a property owner here, I agree with you. There is an appeal process that residential owners could pursue if they needed to get a tree cut down. And that is outlined on page 3 of 3 and section 3.
Yeah, I saw the appeals process. The only thing that I was concerned about is how long that would take, and you know, I personally don't have a problem with it, but as I said before, I would hate to see a tree stop somebody from being able to build a home if they own the property and wanted to build a home. So.
Actually, I need to interject here that, in my opinion, it would prevent that if it was a qualifying tree. It would not qualify for any of the exceptions, and the appeal process would not apply. So it, in fact, would preclude the construction of the residential home under the circumstances. I just want to make sure the record is clear in that regard. If, in fact, there were a qualifying tree that were in the middle of the lot and could not be removed as a result of the ordinance.
I think this needs a little bit more work then, personally.
Can't you dig up a tree or a shrub that small and just relocate it? I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult, I mean, if it's in the middle, 12-inch or 6-inch?
Not a 12-inch.
Oh, they don't mean high, I'm like, what do we, 12-inch?
Diameter.
I got you, diameter.
Yes,
Okay, that makes quite a difference.
Yes, it
Thank
does.
you, okay.
Mr. Marler?
Yes, Mayor, I am not going to be able to vote yes on this because I just see neighbor versus neighbor, because somebody decides in their backyard who hasn't read our ordinance or doesn't know our ordinance, digs up a tree, and his neighbor points a finger and says, you can't do that, and 6 code enforcement on them. So I think there's got to be a better way than telling everybody they can't cut a tree down in their yard. So I just really can't support it.
Mr. Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm along the same page. I don't think, you know, if somebody owns a lot, it's got a big 12-inch oak tree on it, they ought to be able to build a house on it. I just don't want somebody saying, well, we're fixing to build a house, clear the lot, and then don't build it. I'm gonna build a house right here and then cut all the trees down, or cut that tree down, and then don't build the house, or build a small house, or I just don't want the same thing happening that happened down on Calhoun, and they go down there and just clear it all off, and then don't build it all. So I really don't want to stop somebody from building a house if they have a lot with a big oak tree in the middle of it. That's really, I don't think that's fair.
We could take this, if I might interject, Mayor. What we could do, what I'll suggest is, let's, I actually raised this point during the drafting process about single-family residential homes, and I think in my mind is on it a little better now, that I think we probably could write an exception in there that would allow the clearing of such trees as are necessary to accommodate the structure, but not anymore. And include that as a paragraph in the moratorium and then bring it back. And I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I see that as an additional exception that we could build into this that would allow, that would preclude what most people would consider an unreasonable result.
I agree 100%, but is there a way to word it where if you do cut that tree down and you don't build the house, that there's a penalty for that?
The approval would have to be, well, we may not be able to make this, to have this address every scenario, but we'll give that thought when we wordsmith this.
Okay, thank you. I saw it, Mayor.
Okay, further discussion?
Want to move to continue?
Yeah.
This isn't a public, it's first reading, and it's not a public hearing, so we can just re-agenda the item.
Okay, we don't have to move it for...
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Miss Williams is here, and she's been here all night long, and she might want to say a few words on this issue. I know that this is near and dear to her, and I'll be nicer to the next lady that comes up here, I promise you. So.
Myra Williams, I'm at 312 Calhoun. Really, the moratorium was, we were hoping to progress the ordinance along to where we wouldn't have a moratorium. That was our intent. It is an arduous process, and when we do bring it forward, we would like for it to, include everything that preserves our heritage trees and not prevent and, maybe be an instigator, neighbor against neighbor. But the moratorium is necessary, in my opinion, because we're not at the point that we need to be. We don't have a draft from the arborist that has, with good intentions, volunteered his services. So we really need to look at the ordinance as a whole. And clearly, you can't get the trees back. So we see it happening all over the city of Destin. And we're raising awareness to our citizens that this is something that we're working on was the intent of the moratorium as well. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this matter? We'll go to Heritage Run Drainage Improvement. Ms. Lejeune.
Yes, sir. I would like for Mr. David Campbell to discuss the change orders for this particular project.
We got the grant from the DEP in July. The paperwork for the grant wasn't approved by the state and sent to us until January. At that time, they gave us 8 months. In January, we had a 90% set of plans, but we had not yet located the area for the generator, nor had we addressed some of the flooding issues on Benning Drive. So during the bidding process, we were working on the plans at that time. After we selected a contractor, we showed the contractor our design for the pad, for the generator, as well as the improvements, stormwater improvements on Benning Drive. And that's really the impetus of this change order. The other issues in the change order, the water line, for instance, once we got into construction, we realized there was a conflict with the box. So in order to ameliorate that conflict, we worked with Destin water users in order to cut that line and keep service to all the customers as well. Now, if you'd like, I'd show you a couple of photos of the project so you'll get an idea of the size of this vault that we put in. This was actually the sheet piling that was set. You can see the pipes up here at the top that are dewatering this massive hole. It's the bottom of this thing is about 10 feet below sea level. Can I move this? This was just the force main that we put in that goes out to the harbor. And this is the construction site. You can see how tight it is in here with that massive hole. This was after the box was set. The contractor's trying to dewater because he has to set the valve boxes. And the valve boxes themselves were about 10 foot by 10 foot. And there you can see the vault itself. And we have 250 horsepower pumps in there. And just another couple of photos. So just wanted to give you an idea of the size of this project. We hope to have this thing finished up this month. Right now, we're still waiting on power from Gulf Power, and we're waiting on gas from Okaloosa Gas for our emergency generator. But we're very close to completion on the project. After this change order, we budgeted $1 million for this project. After this change order, I'm projecting we're going to have somewhere in the neighborhood of $170,000 that we didn't spend on the project. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, I'm going to move that the city council authorize the city manager to execute change order number 1 to the contract with Talcon LLC in the amount of $95,772.21.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Councilmember Ramswell?
Thank you. I have an issue, and particularly with item number 4, where they're asking for $11,200 as a result of the relocation of the water line due to a conflict with the pump station.
Mm-hmm.
How is it that we're responsible for something that should have been determined by a survey? It sounds like that's an issue between the contractor and Destin water users, and no fault of ours.
Well, the pipe wasn't located on the engineering drawings, but the location of the lift station, of the pump station, is where it's going to be. So whether the water line was located during design or after design is neither here nor there. It's what's called a first cost item. If we were going to put the lift station there no matter what, that water line would have to be moved in any event, because of the project.
So how come, did it not appear anywhere? And if so, wouldn't that have been the responsibility of the contractor to make sure he had an adequate survey that showed everything that needed to be done, rather than coming back and nickel and diming for things that should have been noted?
Well, whether it was noted or not on the plans, and this is the point I'm trying to make, because the lift station is where it is, and that's the location that was chosen. The water line, the physical location of the water line, it had to be moved no matter what, whether it was shown on a set of documents or not shown on a set of documents, whether it was located or not located. Once we got the hole dug, there's the water line, and it had to be moved. So, and that's what I refer to as a first cost item. That water line was always going to have to be moved. We just didn't discover it had to be moved until construction.
Okay, well, this is one area I don't have expertise, but it just seems like that's something he should have planned for, he, she, whatever. But if no one else has an issue with it, I'm not going to belabor it.
Councilmember Braden?
I'm the same way. If it always had to be moved, it should have been in the original price. The number 2, the concrete retaining wall and 12-inch thick slab for the generator, the $26,000. What was they going to put the generator on to start with?
We hadn't given the exact location, so we weren't sure of the elevation. We didn't know how high it was going to be, the size of it. It wasn't designed by the time we had gone out for bid. We fully understood that we were going to have to include this in our project. So that's why it came to us as a change order, and it wasn't in the original bid because we hadn't located it, nor had we designed it.
But we paid, was it like $35,000 or $40,000 to design this system?
Pardon?
How much did we pay to design this system? Wasn't it like $35,000 or something?
I can't recall off the top of my head. 26 sounds about right for the design.
Part of it. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
I have a question. I think I had this discussion with city manager, but obviously the council didn't have the benefit of hearing it. It seems, isn't it customary to have a 10% contingency fee inserted into a contract so that suddenly we're not liable for things that are incidental? And did we not used to have that, and why do we not now?
Well, the project had $1 million budget. We're substantially lower than 10%. right now, typically, we do put in contingencies, but we do that internally. We don't typically tell the contractor there's an extra 10% in there. So we do have our own contingency for overruns.
I'm not quite sure that's what I meant, but my brain's, I think it was shouldn't the contractor's contract have that written into it? Or shouldn't we require that be part of the contractor's contract? Does that make any sense at all to anyone? I'm ready to just drop it if that doesn't make any sense.
No, I know exactly what you are talking about, and you know, David and I were having this conversation. What I found out that I did not grasp about the entire project is that the reason that we had all the change orders for this one is because when we started, we only had 90% of the plans complete. We didn't even have a whole plan. And the reason we had to start is because we were under the constraints of a grant. A grant paid for this, and they came in and said, okay, you have to do this in 8 months rather than have an entire year. So they had to start construction immediately with only the 90% of the plans that were finished. So this was kind of a unique situation, and I did not fully understand that. David had to come back and explain that to me again. So again, not being an expert, it's hard sometimes to understand how these things work, but I do know what you're saying about building the contingencies into the project, and David and I are talking about that.
Thanks.
Councilmember Braden.
So Mr. Bagby said we spent $1 million on this project a little while ago tonight. We did not spend $1 million.
We did not.
We spent $500,000, and the state spent $500,000.
Well, and we're not going to spend the whole $500,000 on this either.
We didn't spend $1 million. We opted for $500,000. The grant was $500,000.
That's correct.
Yeah, we only got one boat slip too down there. I think we got more than that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Do we need to vote on this? Yes. Okay, we got a motion and a second. I call for the vote.
I call for the vote too. I call the vote and let's go home.
Unanimous, yes. I'm trying to get this to go to midnight so we can try out that midnight rule.
No, thank you. Were we supposed to vote on the moratorium on the tree thing? Make a motion? Okay, that didn't require a vote. Okay, thank you.
Oh, city manager. Would the city manager like to speak?
Yes, sir, I would. Thank you. A couple of quick announcements, and then I'll get to my final issue. First of all, Cox will air this September 8th budget hearing and council meeting on Friday, September 9th. So tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. and 9:30 p.m., Cox is going to air this meeting and budget hearing.
Right.
Councilmember Dixon's going to have to watch this again.
Okay. The second announcement is the 2016 International Coastal Cleanup. Noriega Point Public Beach Access is included in this coastal cleanup, and it will happen on Saturday, September 17th, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., and we encourage everyone to come and help us clean up the Noriega Point Public Beach Access as part of this international event. And then
I might point out the mayor was the only one that attended the last one. We have plenty of extra bags.
Thank you. And then my very last comment is, I would just like to get permission, a general consensus, a vote's not needed, from the council to reach out to Mr. Chef Wright, the energy lawyer who helped us to draft the extension of our Gulf Power franchise and who has also worked on some draft contracts for us. I would like to have Mr. Wright at the negotiating table when we sit down to negotiate a contract with Gulf Power. So I've just wanted a general consensus that the council's okay for me to ask him for a proposal. Yes. I see a lot of
Do
shaking
we need a
heads.
motion? Would you like?
No, no, sir.
Okay, don't need a motion.
I see a lot of shaking heads, so I'm going to take that as a consensus of approval. Thank you very much. That's all I have, sir.
Now the audience, and you have 35 minutes, you have 30 seconds.
It won't take me 30 seconds. Karen Shelton, Destin. Dr. Ramswell previously mentioned about the workshops for the Land Development Code or for the comp plan. The Canaan group kept referring to establishing a single-family preservation areas and single-family preservation rules, whatever. And I just wondered if that's what you were talking about, or if we've been working on that, where we are on the issue. And I think everybody understands the fact that single-family, when it goes to short-term rental, for some reason, everybody thinks that all the single-family rules fly out the window. That that short-term rental means that you can do whatever you want with the property. And those are the things that we have to address with that. That's all.
Thank you. Any further comments from the audience? Yep. When she comes to the microphone, I'll turn the floor to Tuffy, Councilmember Dixon.
I'm sorry, after she speaks. I didn't know we had somebody else.
Okay.
Thank you. Lee Moore, representing Howard Group. Have two quick things. One is a question in reference to the Gulf Power contract negotiation. I guess I'm not even sure how to phrase my question. We have had talks about, and the council has had talks in the past about potentially exploring purchasing the utility as it is a part of, it's a clause that allows it in the franchise agreement. So my question is, if you're going to negotiate the agreement, would exploring that be a part of that negotiation or happen before that negotiation? Would the council consider doing that before that negotiation? Our understanding is that a first step would be to do an RFP or whatever process it would be to get hire a professional to do a feasibility analysis that would tell you guys what that would entail, how much it would cost, all kinds of things about it. So we just recommend that. We think there's enough upside potential there that it would be worth exploring at least. So that's my question to the mayor, I think.
I don't think I have an answer for you, but I believe the proper way to do this is to at least have initial meetings with Gulf Power and see how close we can get to what the council is interested in accomplishing with Gulf Power. In case that's a failure, then probably the next step would be to look at or seriously discuss buying the lines that supply the community.
Okay. We strongly recommend
When you ask the mayor that, he doesn't get a vote.
I think I was supposed to ask the mayor.
And I have no idea, you're supposed to, but
Yes.
I have no idea how the council feels
However-
about that. But
I
first,
have it-
we really need to have an understanding to how close or how negotiable Gulf Power is going to be with us before we really decide to go somewhere else.
I don't think I need a motion for this. Can I ask that it be placed on the agenda to potentially explore an option to have an RFP put out?
Yes, sir. If you'd like that item put on the agenda for discussion and possible direction to the city manager for the RFP, I can put that on the agenda for you, yes.
Please do that.
Okay.
Thank you. And my other, just a statement is that, back to the tree ordinance, but this was not related to the moratorium. This is about the regular ordinance. it was back on August 1st that the council decided to pursue the volunteer arborist helping with the writing of the ordinance. And our understanding is that they have not submitted the rough draft yet, and it's been over a month. So we just think preserving the assets, this natural asset, is so critical that we encourage you to consider putting out an RFP or whatever process that you would use to hire a qualified arborist or firm that specializes in this type of thing to begin the writing of that ordinance just as time is ticking by. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can the city manager, can you put that under my name for the next meeting for an RFP to hire someone if this individual had 30 days and still hasn't come up with nothing? I think we need to move on for someone else. Hiring someone.
I can certainly put that on the agenda. I can tell you that I've had discussions with Ms. Myra Williams, who asked me this very question. I said that the tree board can discuss it at their next meeting and bring that back as a recommendation to the council, to go out to the RFP. I did say that I would be happy to do that if the volunteer did not work, satisfactorily with the tree board. So, but it is at the council's discretion if you prefer not to wait for the tree board to come back with their recommendation. Because we haven't heard from the tree board. We've heard from Ms. Lee Moore that there's a dissatisfaction with his performance. We've not heard from the tree board as an actual recommendation. So that's the only reason that I bring this up. If you direct me to put it on the agenda under your name, I absolutely will do that, but I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. If you will, put it under my name, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir, I will.
Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Dixon.
Yeah, I just want to real quickly apologize to the city council for me losing my temper earlier tonight. I know it reflects on all council members. It won't happen again. And I apologize again to the young lady. I did apologize to her personally, but just let you know that I do know that it reflects on all of us, and I do apologize.
Thank you. Any further comment? This meeting is adjourned at 11:30.